Greetings, my excellent friends. Let's see if I can live without this on constantly. Perhaps live with it on occasionally? I don't know. We have a video game. There it is. Now, as I recall, I saved my state, then saved the game, then closed it. We shouldn't need save states here. We should be alright. But we'll see. Oh, that's weird looking, huh? See this? This is me moving the window. Moving the emulator window. It doesn't change the positioning of the camera because it's going with the window. But it's reacting. If I move part of the screen off screen, that's why you're getting the that's weird. If I then okay, so now a chunk of the top screen is off of my monitor. If I hit continue, okay, now it doesn't change the doesn't change that screen. But hang on, if I do it with the other one, if I hit continue now, I know it notices. Okay, it doesn't have to be on camera for it to. I just want to see if I could make it break. Turnabout Airlines middle. This is good news and bad news. The bad news for me is I have nowhere to be tonight. The good news for you is that means I don't have to stop at any given time, like I normally would on a Saturday. So we'll see if we start case 3. We might not. At the very least, the goal is to finish case 2, but I'm not in a huge hurry. It does mean I'll take a break in the middle. Normally I don't on Saturdays. I wait till I'm finished, but yeah, this is more akin to what a Saturday stream used to be, theoretically. Though I'll still stop when we hit a good stopping point. So, Turnabout Airlines middle from chapter start. I also have a shiny new feature that I realized the value of last week and figured I should try and do. Eh? Behold the wonders of modern technology! Ignore the fact that the pixels shift slightly. And by ignore it, I mean I'm going to point it out to you. I'm not fully certain why this is, because I was under the impression that DS screens are the same size. 3DS screens, the top screen is wider. But DS screens I always thought were the same size. However, I could not get these to match up. The reverse one takes up just a few more pixel width. You'll see it eat a tiny bit of camera if I put my finger here. You see? It eats a bit of camera. Oop, not that one, that's BG3. But it's still showing the whole screen. I double checked that. No part of either screen is being cut in their respective spots. So who knows? March 12th, 1 p.m. local time. Hope Springs Hope Springs Airport. The one that allows for touch inputs would be slightly bigger. Or it could be something to do with how I have mine set up. I can't remember how I did this. The last and only thing I've played on this emulator, on this PC's lifetime, was Kingdom Hearts Days. And by default, I think on this emulator, the two screens are of the same size, but I actually have the second screen a little smaller, and it was literally just how it wound up feeling good to me. It's not necessarily about making it smaller, it's about the main screen being big enough while having them both fit into a widescreen monitor. Because I have them left and right. Rather than up and down, because that would suit a phone, but it wouldn't suit a modern computer monitor. And so I sacrificed some size on the second one to allow the first one to be a bit clearer. Anyway, March 12, 1 p.m. local time, Hope Springs Airport. Salmonella's still there. But I don't think he has anything interesting to say. I know that once we had landed, I'm supposed to let the local police take over. And thanks to Mr. Nero and Ms. Meal, I was able to preserve the crime scene. But I just can't shake it. I wasn't able to talk with Mr. Nero in private. So I'm left wondering just what was she up to? Why did she do what she did? There must be a way for me to continue my investigation. Have we done this already? This part here? I did save at the end. She's already been introduced. No, this is stuff we did last week. So if I load the state, there, this is where we should be. 2:52 p.m. Okay, we're where we should be now. All right. I'm gonna say, because that. Why are they question marking Franziska? We've already done Franziska. Also, I do need the air conditioner on, because as soon as I turn it off, it goes up 4 fucking degrees. March 12, 2:52 p.m. Flight I-390 lower deck cargo hold. Yeah, that's where we're finishing, because we were interrogating Teniro with Franziska and with Gumshoe. And then we came to the conclusion that the suitcases were in the cargo hold and that one of them had to be taken out of there, I believe. We also have the receipt proving that Teniro buys her own suitcases in order to soothe her bruised ego every time she takes a flight, spending $1,200 in the process. So we had a bit of speculation as to just what exactly she earns as a flight attendant to be able to keep up with the most expensive ego stroking I have ever encountered. Because I sure don't get it. But nonetheless, March 12, 2:52 p.m. Flight I-390 lower deck cargo hold. Wow, so this is the cargo hold, huh? And off he goes. It's so big! That's what she said, Detective. This plane is a special model. You have to wonder if the 1200 is actually yen, but was given a dollar sign for the localization. That's very likely. That's very likely, in which case it would be 12 bucks. That's a very good point. Because in order for that to be accurate, it would have to be an extra... Like, the other localization option is if they added the dot, right? Or this extra space here, but when you... The clue is here, I think, because there isn't enough space here for an extra 2 zeros. Like, yeah. Because the general... And I believe this isn't accurate anymore, but the generally accepted conversion to make it easier on your brain is that 100 yen is a dollar. I believe 100 yen is $1.50 now in America, but it's actually closer to accurate for Australian dollars. That's what I learned recently. So 1,000 yen or 1,200 yen would be $12, I think. Which is cheap, though. For the whole suitcase? Because, like... Yeah, it wouldn't be... 1,200 is ridiculous. Like, that's a complete joke for this. But 12 is a joke in the other direction. But the answer is, what does this look like in Japanese? I don't know. If someone wants to find out, go ahead. That'd be interesting. But... Yeah. Yeah, the yen dollars difference. That crops up in games. That crops up in games where localizers will just change the currency but not change the value, and so everything looks bonkers. Or they will, like... And this happens a lot where instead of yen being used, they use a different currency word, but they still use Japanese amount logic. Where things cost thousands and thousands of coins. And we don't really question that as much. We just think of that as, hey, that's how video game... In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if there are video game currencies from Western developers that work like that and have hugely inflated numbers that came out of that and weren't even thought about as having originated from yen. Because we like big numbers in video games. It's easier to understand. It's much easier to do raw gold than it is to do decimal points, you know? Yeah, Pokemon is a good... yeah, Pokemon does yen, obviously. But I don't think they call it yen. But it's definitely yen because of the numerical stuff. Everything's costs in the hundreds, even though it's shit you'd get out of a vending machine. Remember when I was a kid, I thought yen was even less valuable because of that one Simpsons joke about, hey, we're down to our last 1,000,000 yen, and then it blows away. So I thought that must have been worth dirt. But no, 1,000,000 yen is still quite a lot of money. Pokebucks, surely. Pokemoney. Wait, hang on. It has both a super large cargo hold and an ultra luxurious first class seating. So is this the real scene of the matter? There is certainly a high probability of that, which is why we are here, correct? Okay, let's get investigating, sir. Begin investigation. Lower deck cargo hold. But it's alright, we have a partner. Even though he lets us walk right through him. Which is notable because we're not allowed to walk through other people. Like, it looks like I'm doing that because of the collision here. But there is a solid block here. Whereas Gumshoe, because Gumshoe is programmed to follow us, there's no collision program for him, he doesn't exist, basically. But the other static characters are... obstacles. It is Pokemon Dollars in English language versions, not Polkadollar, which is a fan name. The actual name is Pokemon Dollars. It is never shortened, except for when shortened to the P symbol. But it is Pokédollar in Japanese, previously. Yes, sir. This cargo hold is really big. I can't believe they can fit stuff like that in here. Detective, what are you going on about? We're in the middle of an investigation here. Whoa! Stuff's falling on me! I can't really get into my work without something like this happening first. Well, let's get this show on the road. So which item do you want to start on? In this world, there are those who are masochistic, and then there is Gumshoe. So that flight attendant, Rhoda Teniro. She's the killer, isn't she? I don't think we can say for sure that yet. But there certainly are a great number of things pointing us in that direction. You mean like how she didn't tell us about her buying her own suitcase? Yes, however, in regard to the keycard being stolen, I can't seem to find any evidence that she's lying about that. I forget what I haven't shown him. Let's see. Certainly we haven't shown him everything on the second page, but... yeah. Okay, well, he's seen the suitcase because that skipped. That one allowed me to skip. So he's seen everything behind this point. Gumshoe sees everything. Ooh, I just love pushing the buttons on elevators and crosswalk signals. Yeah, you should give it a try, sir. Go on, push it. The elevator is currently stopped on the first floor, Detective. It can't move. Oh, yeah. I guess nothing would happen if you pushed it now. Well, nothing would happen normally anyway, without the special key card. Both the door to the attendance room and the elevator's control panels require a key card, which makes it impossible for a passenger to come down here. Right, there's only one key card to get down here, and Rhoda Teniro was in charge of it, and that's why we're sus of her. All sorts of boxes are piled up here. This one says flammable. And this one... it says pharmaceuticals. This one says for exorcism use only. Just what kind of operation is this airline running? Have you noticed anything strange happening around here? No, sir. I haven't noticed a thing. I'm not sure that he meant to sound so oblivious. I'm terrible at my job, sir. You arrived at the scene of the crime before Detective Gumshoe, correct? And you then immediately began to direct the investigation. It seems to me that you were already here at this airport for something besides this murder. Yes, I was. I've been following a very large and involved government-level international crime. But it's much too large for one person to take on alone. So it was decided that I should form a joint investigation with Interpol. Franziska came to this airport as an Interpol liaison. If it's Interpol, why does the badge say ICPO? Is that accurate? Shit. International Criminal Police Organization. And how can they call it Interpol and not ICPO? Surely the life would be better if we referred to them as ICPO. ICPO is involved?
It's a top secret operation, so I really can't tell you any more than I already have.
Does Interpol sound better?
There's something much more urgent we should be dealing with right now. Don't waste my time or yours.
That to me sounds like she's going to reject every piece of submitted evidence. But thoroughness is next to obsessiveness. What do you think about this piggy bank, Franziska?
What do I think? What else is there to think but that it's the murder weapon?
I meant, what do you think about Mr. iFly itself?
It's a crude rendition of a genus of primates commonly referred to as slow lorises. Loris comes from the Dutch word for simpleton, which is extremely fitting because that's exactly what Mr. iFly represents. The guilty simpleton I'm going to arrest.
I don't suppose she's capable of giving a more normal answer. So never mind, she does react to something.
That's the victim. It's infuriating to see him crumpled on the floor like that, lifeless. I will catch the one who did this to him myself. I swear it!
Franziska is really worked up over the victim. What I find strange is that we're not allowed to present profiles to people in this game because we used to be able to. That was a thing you could do in 2 and 3, but they cut it from this. Like, logically, you could then use that ability to question her about the victim. Say, hey, do you know this guy? Granted, we could maybe do it with this because it's a picture of his body.
That's the victim. It's infuriating to see him crumpled on the floor like that, lifeless.
Okay, that's the same thing as this one. That's everything we have for her. Hey, what's with the suitcase, pal? It's what the victim checked in, sir. So this suitcase belonged to Mr. Hicks. I don't think he'd mind if we took a closer look. There's nothing out of the ordinary in here, sir. Wait, a file? And there's a photo of Ms. Von Karma in it, sir. It looks like a profile on Franziska. Interesting. Why would Mr. Hicks have had a file on her? Well, it's not evidence yet, it is only logic. Holy suitcases, Mr. Edgeworth! It's like an all-you-can-use suitcase fair! These must be all the leftover ones they couldn't sell. The ones the company is planning to dispose of after the flight is over. This paint job is really cool, don't you think? It practically screams artsy! No? Why not purchase one then? I'm sure it will bring you much happiness. You think so? Why, then maybe I will. Let's see here. $1,200 dues! I think I'll pass. And Ms. De Niro wonders why they don't sell. You need 2 jobs just to buy one. Okay, so it's definitely supposed to be expensive. It definitely looks like one is missing. What is this brittle substance I'm stepping on? It's a bunch of glass fragments. I didn't know that this plane was capable of carrying such large pieces of cargo.
This thing's as tall as two of you on top of each other, sir.
It would probably take 20 of you to cover the entire surface of this monstrosity.
Wait, really?
Yeah,
Yeah, I guess that sounds about right.
you really don't need to take that throwaway estimate seriously, Detective. Keeping track of this many pieces of cargo must be very taxing on the crew.
It sure brings back memories of when I worked as a part-time mover, sir.
By the look in his eyes, he's waiting for me to ask about the rest of the story. But no matter how he pours on the puppy eyes, I have no intention of doing so. I think that's everything. I think we're down to our logic now. We're not allowed to leave. We are in fact quite stuck in the cargo hold. I love how useless the map is in this game. Like, there's a map during all these investigations. I guess it's actually a walking pad. Because I realise now I can use the mouse to effectively be a stylus. And hovering over this makes Edgeworth do circles. Well, it's not really much of a map. Speaking of DS, when I got my DS, there was this, like, launch title JRPG that I got that I just could not get into. And I was about 11, 12. I saw a YouTube video called Worst JRPG Ever Made. And I thought, oh, that looks vaguely familiar. And it was about that game. Lunar Dragon Song, or as it was called over here, Lunar Genesis. A game so bad that some of its features included sprinting drained your health. Like, just regular overworld sprinting would slowly drain your health, and that would include in towns and like, safe spaces. And the other thing was, at the end of every combat, you had to decide whether you wanted items or EXP. Well, items and money, or EXP. The other thing, you didn't get to choose who you attacked in battle, the game just picked that for you. Like, it was a mediocre JRPG without those mechanics, but with those mechanics it was just hilariously poor. But I didn't think of that at the time. I didn't think how unfair or terrible it was. I just, couldn't get into it. I don't think sprinting could kill you, but it can leave you with 1 hit point, yeah. So what do we have? We have glass shards, broken glasses. Well, fucking gee, I wonder if that's connected. We also have Franziska came to this airport from Interpol, and why did Mr. Hicks have documents on Franziska in his possession? Here, let me see if I have the... I don't really like showing people other videos while I'm streaming, because, conflict of interest and all that, but... Worst JRPG... No... Worst RPG, maybe? The worst RPG ever made. Yeah, it's 8 minutes long. And it just made me laugh because, like, at the back of my mind I was like, that looks familiar. Is that DS game I didn't like very much? And then it was. The thumbnail literally just says, running hurts you. And I can't fucking deny that. Running certainly hurts me. Anyway, let's link the glasses with the glasses. Eureka! I think we can safely conclude that these fragments are from a pair of glasses.
And the victim was wearing a pair of broken glasses.
Exactly what I was thinking. Meanwhile, for some reason, what comes to your mind is the... Right, I've heard of that. Yeah, that was a GBA game or a DS game that, like, was powered by the sun. Your abilities were powered by the sun, so you had to, like, play outside or play during the day, basically. And everything I've heard about that was actually fairly, like, well regarded as, like, oh, hey, it's an innovative little piece of game that's quite good. I mean, it would work. I couldn't play it. I'm in fucking Nocturnal, and I have no idea how you're supposed to play it on an emulator, but it just seems like one of those gimmicks for the sake of gimmicks. Like you gimmicked too close to the sun, not to pun too heavily there. Like, if it sounds cool, but in practice is just gonna get in the way of you playing, it's a mistake. Good emulators emulate sunlight. Exactly what I was thinking. I'm sure that the shards would match up perfectly with the remnants of his glass lenses. Ergo, the victim was here, just as I suspected. So you're saying that the real scene of the crime was here, sir? Isn't that what I've been saying for a while now? Oh, is it? I didn't know that. It does seem like handhelds lend themselves better to shit. Like you wouldn't be able to do a solar-powered home console game, really, because people don't play their PlayStations outside. I remember when I thought it was a novelty that the old Pokemon games would have, like I was about 7 or 8, and I was playing Pokemon Gold or Silver or Crystal or one of them, and I ran into a character that only showed up on Wednesdays. And it was Wednesday. And my mind was fucking blown! But they also had the, like, time of day thing where... That's something that if I ever go back to emulating Pokemon games, and I do mean emulating because I don't have any of the hardware anymore... It would be good to be like, I want to do this, but it only happens during the morning. Well, time to tell the emulator it's 8 a.m. I need to speak to the Wednesday guy, but it's a fucking Friday. Well, time to tell the emulator it's Wednesday, bitch. Handhelds had to get innovative because their technical capabilities were shit. Yeah. Realistically... the Game Boy Advance was way better than it needed to be. Like, in terms of its catalog, the Game Boy Advance is ridiculous. I did notice that there's, like... So I was looking into, like, what do you do when you, like, emulate the old Pokemon games in terms of, like, trading and shit? And there is a version of the Game Boy Advance emulator that, like, emulates a link cable. So you could potentially play a copy of Gold and a copy of Silver and have them cross-relate with each other to fill in the blanks. A dog that evolves into different forms based on the time of day it evolves. Are you talking about Eevee or something else? Because Eevee, it was like, most of the Eevee forms are stones, but then Espeon and Umbreon are like day-night, right? Oh, is it? I didn't know that. Perhaps it's a bit early to draw that conclusion. However, I believe that the probability has just skyrocketed considerably. All that's left is to find the murder weapon. But what I did find was, like, there are evolution adjustment mods for emulated Pokemon where you can just, like, take all those trade evolutions and turn them into things you don't have to fuck around for. Do these work? Because they're all we have left. I don't really necessarily... Like, I guess the logic is that because Franziska is an Interpol liaison, Ackby Hicks has a problem with Interpol? Or maybe Ackby Hicks is a member of Interpol. Like, maybe Mr. Hicks is Franziska's secret boyfriend. Somehow I don't think the game's gonna do that. But it might. Let's put these together, it's all we got. Now, why would Mr. Hicks have documents profiling Franziska? Oh, I know. I bet he's a big fan of Miss Von Keimer, sir. Words. Franziska said that she had come to this airport as part of an Interpol investigation. Oh, well, maybe Mr. Hicks had heard she was coming here and he followed her. Detective, I think it's more likely that Mr. Hicks was, in actuality, Interpol Agent Hicks. That might make some sense. That might make some sense. Might make a little more sense than secret boyfriend getting whipped a lot. Yep. Welcome, by the way. I think Franziska has some explaining to do. Oh, the logic button is like dead. You came to this airport to rendezvous with the victim, didn't you? Nonsense! What are you talking about? We found a profile detailing information about you in the victim's luggage. I suppose it was prepared for him so that he could recognize you when he landed. Which makes him not Mr. Hicks, but rather Interpol Agent Hicks. Isn't that correct? I should have known you'd figure it out, Miles. But it looks like I got to him first. So you really did come here to receive an Interpol agent, then? Yes. Agent Hicks was on the trail of a very large international smuggling ring. He went undercover to investigate this crime. And it was I who put him on this case. I was supposed to receive a call from him on his cell phone once he had landed. I never expected to receive a call about his murder instead. I think we now have pretty definitive evidence. For some reason my mind was going to damning. I think we now have pretty definitive evidence that Agent Hicks came down here to the cargo hold. But what was he doing down here, sir? There's nothing but luggage. Ah, I get it. Maybe he forgot something in his suitcase and came down to get it. Ow! Agent Hicks came here for a work-related reason. Of that, I'm sure. Yes, I'm sure he was here to investigate the smuggling operation he was observing. Franziska, do you know exactly how he intended to pursue his investigation? No. Unfortunately, I was going to find out from him after he landed. I see. But this raises another question. A normal passenger can't access the cargo hold on their own. Agent Hicks must have identified himself to a member of the crew and entered the cargo hold with that person who let him in. Yes. And then he was murdered here. These glass fragments and his broken glasses are a testament to that. And there. Snip, you are up to your third Japanese Let's Play of Gyakuten Kenji, and these people are insane and not immediately. Are you trying to find the receipt? Thank you. The killer put Agent Hicks into one of the spare suitcases and they entered the elevator. Realistically speaking, it's gonna be Creepy Girl. Like, I don't fully remember, but we literally have 3 suspects who count, right? The game wants us to suspect Rhoda De Niro, so evidently it isn't her. we're sort of ruling out LeBlanc as anything except a witness because of the fact that, you know, everything's happening in the cargo hold and you need to work for the place. And all that leads to the creepy girl. Who's constantly throwing shade at her. Yeah. They entered the elevator. But while they were riding it up, the plane hit that patch of turbulence. Because of the intense shaking, the suitcase popped open and Agent Hicks's body flew out. At the same time, his wallet fell out of his pocket, spilling its contents everywhere. Which explains why there was money scattered all over the elevator floor. Investigation complete!
I think it's pretty easy to say who the culprit is at this stage.
What? Really, sir?
I know what you're thinking, Miles Edgeworth. But the killer can be none other than Miss Rhoda Tenero.
Definitive evidence.
If it was a crew member, any one of them could have shown Agent Hicks to the cargo hold. But the point to keep in mind is the keycard that allows the elevator to come down here. The only person with such high-level access is Miss Rhoda Tenero. I'd say that's a pretty decisive piece of information, wouldn't you?
I know what she's trying to say, but I'm not certain it's as simple as that. Definitive evidence.
If it was a crew member, any one of them could have shown Agent Hicks to the cargo hold.
Hold
it! That might be true, but then it could be anyone, including Ms. Meal or even the captain.
But don't be a fool. A plane without a pilot in the cockpit is like a horse without a rider, crop in hand. Much like Scruffy over there.
Ah! I can't disagree with her on that. Detective Gumshoe does always need a guiding hand. Very well then, what about the other flight attendant, Miss Meal? You know, the incredibly suspicious one.
I thought you might ask about her. But the point to keep in mind is the keycard that allows the elevator to come down here.
Hold
it! But it's highly likely that the keycard was stolen from Ms. Tenero.
Objection!
It's highly likely? Is that possibility the best you can come up with? And you call yourself a disciple of my father?
Ah! Yes, well, while I don't have any evidence, I...
Be quiet! You're a disgrace! There's more evidence pointing to Miss Rhoda Tenero, you know. It's not just the keycard that gives her away.
Are you talking about the murder weapon, the Mr. I-Fly piggy bank?
Yes! She's also the only person with a key to open that display case. Further, there's the matter of the key to the display case that held the murderous bank.
Hold it!
But that is a fake...
Stop right there, Miles Edgeworth! You don't have any proof that this is just a red herring. If you must keep on insisting that it's a fake, then what is the real murder weapon and where did it go? Speechless, I see. That's not a surprise. After all, you know that we've searched the entire cargo hold and come up empty-handed.
There must be a way. There must be something that can help me rule out the piggy bank as the murder weapon. What should be examined further to help us ascertain the authenticity of the weapon? Found a picture of the receipt of the Japanese Android version thanks to a channel called Toilet Paper Gaming, and there it is indeed 120,000 yen, with the localized version being a complete read. Thank you, Snip. That's interesting and fascinating to know. I'm also wondering as to how you feel having completed that research task, whether you feel fulfilled. Do you get a sense of satisfaction in your heart that the time you just spent was valuable. Never. Okay. Well, we appreciate it. Okay, let's think about this. What is the best thing to look at to decide whether this weapon is what killed him? I don't think it's the crime scene, but you could argue that it is insofar as looking for something else that could have done it. Alternatively, we could take a look at the object, or we could take a look at the body. The body being to take a look at the head. We already know that the bank has blood on it. Yeah, looking at the body and looking at the wound would be able to tell us how correct this is as the wound. Because wasn't there something about the idea of, it didn't actually kill him, but it was smacked against his head to look like it did? Didn't we suggest that at one point? But yeah, we don't have an autopsy, it's too bloody early. Updated or otherwise. Let's say the body. Franziska, I think you were too quick to jump to your conclusions.
Oh, was I?
Yes. We don't even have autopsy results yet. There you go. How can I not say that you made a snap judgment when you have yet to even see if the wound on Agent Hicks's head is consistent with the murder weapon? Murder weapon, at least.
Scruffy!
Yes, sir?
Contact the medical examiner's office at once. I wish to hear the results of Agent Hicks's autopsy.
Ah! Yes, sir! We got a big problem, Mr. Edgeworth, sir! What is it, Detective?
They're still doing the autopsy, but they said that they already know this one thing for sure. Report, now! The doc said that it's one giant bruise from a beating from his shoulder down to his mid-back.
From the victim's shoulder to his mid-back? He was beaten over such a wide area?
Well, I'd say maybe it's a sign the killer had a grudge against Agent Hicks. It wasn't just his head. The killer went all out, hit him multiple times, sir. Scruffy, what is had a grudge against Agent Hicks supposed to mean?
Instantaneous death resulted from a blow to back of head. Bruising, head to mid-back. Victim, Ackby Hicks, age 28. Time of death, March 12, between 3 a.m. and 4:30. Cause of death, cranial contusion due to blunt force trauma to the back of the head. Remarks appears to have been extensively beaten in the upper half of his back. Sounds like the autopsy report is going to get updated.
Yeah, well.
Well, and I don't think you were here when I debuted my excellent screen reversal technique that I've developed between last week and this week, based on your feedback. The main thing is reminding me to do it when I need to do it. If I happen to forget.
That's...
Was the wound on the victim's head consistent with the murder weapon, Detective?
Oh, well, they said they were still looking into that, sir. You're completely useless.
Ow! Sir, I told you already, you can't go down there.
No! You remove yourself from my way!
What is all that racket? I'm just going to take a guess that it's LeBlanc on account of the fact that we don't have any other male characters who are alive. Oh, look, it's LeBlanc.
My luggage! My cargo! They're mine, and I demand you return them to me!
We're still investigating the cargo hold. Please understand and have a little patience. I just realized my microphone has been turned down. I've just turned it back up, but I feel like I should warn you that I'm about to get louder, especially because we're currently dealing with the loudest character in the case. But the good news is I've fixed my microphone volume. I suppose there is no choice. Finally. I think he got... Hey! What are you... I think he gave. You have left me no choice but to use strong force! Arrgh! You won't get past me. This... Wait. That's it. So that's what this whole thing has been about.
Further, there's the matter of the key to the display case that held the murderous bank. After all, you know that we searched the entire cargo hold and came up empty-handed.
Weapon couldn't be found. Nobody could find anything that could be considered the real weapon in the hold. Nobody ever dies on screen in Ace Attorney. The doc said that it's one giant bruise from a beating from his shoulder down to his mid-back. So I guess we're suggesting that he fell. But, like, worse than LeBlanc just fell. Is there some way to prove that this isn't the real murder weapon? Nobody could find a weapon in the hold. On the trail of a smuggling ring, bruising. Yeah, I mean, these are connected insofar as the bruising does not consist with the piggy bank. Are you saying Mia Fey died on screen because of the opening? Yeah, it's nebulous. They cut away from the action, so to speak. In a lot of ways, the first Ace Attorney game was the darkest one. Allegedly, the killer struck the victim many times over. Which is why there is extensive bruising over such a wide area. But is that really the correct conclusion to draw from the evidence? The bruise from his shoulder to the middle of his back is one continuous mark, which is more suggestive of a single blow to the back. If that's the case, then the piggy bank is much too small to have caused that. Therefore, the murder weapon must be something far bigger. A sizable weapon. A sizable weapon that couldn't be found. If we're looking for a rather large weapon, you'd think it would stick out. What do you mean, mind my phrasing? But so far, we haven't found anything that resembles a weapon of any sort. Perhaps, just perhaps, it's something we all overlooked from the very beginning. Because normally, it's too impossibly big to be taken into consideration. What was that all about? Was he trying to jump his way down here? Francisco.
What? What do you want?
I found it, Francisco. I found the real murder weapon.
You did?
It really jumped! We didn't realize it until now, but the answer has been right in front of us this whole time. He might be hurt. We should go check up on him, sirs.
There's that pompous attitude of yours again. You should learn to drop that habit.
This coming from a prosecutor with a habit of whipping everybody she comes across.
Anyway, if you really are a prosecutor, then you'd back yourself up with evidence.
You two aren't listening at all, are you?
Come on then. Show me this real murder weapon you speak of.
I don't think we have evidence, do we? Like, the weapon doesn't exist. The weapon is gravity. This is a reframe your thinking sort of setup here, Franny. So I think the correct answer is we don't have evidence. Do we have a globe? Yes. Presenting Exhibit A, the planet Earth. The same case. I think it's don't have evidence to show, but we'll find out. It seems like one of those, like, sidesteppy tricks. This is the real murder weapon.
Take that!
The real weapon is this suitcase.
When you say it with such confidence, I suppose you must have some evidence?
Of course. Agent Hicks was placed into this suitcase alive. And it was while he was in here that he was beaten in the head and... Ah!
I wonder if you would die if I whipped you from head to toe right now.
What are you thinking, woman? Of course I would. I need to think about the circumstances of the victim's death in a different way. There's a wide bruise running from the victim's shoulder down to his mid-back. Maybe I should be focusing on what could cause such a large bruise in one strike.
Come on then. Show me this real murder weapon you speak of.
I don't... think we have anything to stand in for the concept of a fall. Do we have a window to point out of? Well, I'm going to save state and then I'm going to say don't have. Because if I'm missing what the evidence is, sure, but I don't think we have something that works. I don't have any evidence to show you.
Foolish reasoning for a foolish fool from a foolishly foolish fool meant to fool me! What do you mean by I don't have any evidence to show?
Well, perhaps I should have phrased it as, that which caused Agent Hicks's death is incorporeal. Forgive me, but I do believe I have figured out what was the real cause of death. He died to music. The victim fell from a great height and subsequently died as a result. In other words, the real cause of death is free falling to the ground.
Fell to his death?
Yes. This is the only plausible possibility. The victim has extensive bruising on the back of his head and back. And the only rational explanation for these injuries is that he fell to his death.
But the murder happened inside this plane.
I know.
Are you claiming that there's some place in this plane from which he could have fallen from?
As I said earlier, the answer has been right in front of us the entire time. Did you not witness the silly banana man falling like a minute ago?
You can't mean...
Yes, I do. The victim fell from the top of the stairs of this very cargo hold.
What? Then... We're in trouble! We may have a second death in our hands, sirs!
Yeah, I don't think he fell onto the very high up, blanketed, soft drop, though.
Hey, you! Tell me you ain't dead, pal! Quiet! Why are you screaming?
Huh?
He's alive! And there you have it, Miles Edgeworth. It's not possible that Agent Hicks fell over to railing to his death. That man is living proof of that.
I suppose it's true that it's not possible, given the current circumstances.
The current circumstances? What is that supposed to mean?
Suppose that large piece of cargo wasn't there at the time. What would have happened then?
It would have been a Borginian pancake for sure, sir. I suppose that man over there wouldn't still be breathing. But the reality is that the cargo box is there. So there's no point in entertaining your wild hypothetical scenarios.
It may be there now, but there is no proof that it was always there.
As if there could have been a window of time when that giant box was not there.
Ah, but there was.
What?
What can I use to show her that it's possible the box was not always where it is now?
I don't fucking know.
The stopover. Do we have the stopover as an evidence? Refueling in Zhengfa. Made a brief stop from 4 a.m. to 5 a.m. to transfer cargo.
Take that!
You refueled into the Republic of Zhengfa?
She makes it sound like she's horrified that that's where we went. Yes, this flight had a short layover in Zhengfa in order to refuel. But that wasn't the only reason for the layover. We also transferred some cargo. What if the box in question was only transferred onto the plane at that time? To further prove my point, let's take a look at what's next to the box in question.
Ah! It's labeled Zhengfa Express!
Correct, meaning it was loaded onto the plane in Zhengfa. Cargo from Zhengfa data jotted down to my organizer. Now, what if the box in question was also loaded on at the same time?
It means that the box was not here in the cargo hold during the Europe to Zhengfa leg of the flight.
Making a clear drop from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death entirely possible.
Ah, but your theory is still very far-fetched.
Then allow me a chance to prove how very likely my scenario is. My first order of business will be to examine that piece of cargo in more detail. Begin investigation. Lower deck cargo hold.
Yes, sir. Man, I can't believe Mr. Hicks fell to his death. I never would have guessed in a million years.
That is still only a hypothesis, however. Investigation should prove it to be true.
Speaking of falling, I'm glad that art guy's okay. He took quite the spill.
Yes, he was lucky to have landed on top of that piece of cargo.
Yeah, I can just see it now. Passenger pays price for police foul-up. Did Prosecutor Edgeworth add fuel to the fire of the first murder with a second death? Yep. I'm willing to bet that it'll make the front page.
No! It's not funny, Detective! Not the first time I've made the news. Of course, there is prior testimony that puts the victim in his seat after the transfer. At the time of death in the autopsy, doesn't agree with that testimony. Yeah. It's the same thing, but we can't skip it for some reason. It's like it's reset the dialogue memories here. You can rant at me and Borgini and all you want, but no still means no, sir.
What? You cheap man! You are only waiting for me to give you money, yes?
This guy's really pushy. I wonder if he really makes any sales this way. As long as I never have to face him in court, he can be as pushy as he wants.
If you spot anything off, you come and tell me right away, okay, pal?
Roger, sir. It's rather unusual for Gumshoe to be so directing. He must outrank this officer.
If you run into any trouble, you just leave it up to me, okay?
Yes, sir. Watch out, Detective Gumshoe.
Ow!
Scruffy! I think your ego is in need of some deflating.
I was following in your footsteps, sir. I want to try patronizing my subordinates. Cruel and unforgiving to the detective, even in front of his own subordinate. If I may have a word with you, Franziska.
I don't think you have the time for idle chatter. You still need to prove to me that your hypothetical situation is in fact a reality.
Logic-wise, all we have left is smuggling. It was from the other flight attendant. Oh, you mean the sus one? So Mr. Hicks was actually an Interpol agent.
That is so cool! I can't believe he was from Interpol! The adventure, the glamour, and the miraculous big escape when you get caught by the enemy!
Except in this case, there was no big escape. The man died. And no miracle. Aw. Actually, this is new. The leftover suitcases sit here, lined up in two pretty neat rows. Too bad for Mr. Nero, but the design is unremarkable. I'd say the design's pretty remarkable, just not in a good way.
I'd buy one if it was cheaper, sir. Do you think they'd sell it to me at a discount? Oh, or why don't they sell them in the airport and have a bargain basement sale? Buy one, get one free. If you win the raffle, you get one more for free. How about those ideas, sir?
I think if they did that, everyone would lose. Keeping track of this many pieces of cargo must be very taxing on the cargo crew. That was definitely a repeat. This is a rather large piece of cargo.
There's a tag on it, sir. Let's see. Alif Red statue? Never heard of it.
Nor I, but all I care about is if we can prove it wasn't here at the time of the crime.
Then let's get investigating, sir. Look here! Do not go about touching my possessions without my permission! Ah! Don't rush up on me like that, pal!
So this belongs to Mr. LeBlanc, does it? I should see what else I can find out from him. Oh, good! I get to hurt my throat. I take it that this large piece of cargo belongs to you, Mr. LeBlanc.
Of course it is mine! I shipped this fine piece of art from Europe! This Alif Red statue is worth 10 million cents! No, maybe much, much more!
Mr. LeBlanc's reason for choosing this plane must have been the large cargo hold.
10 million cents?
I suggest you stop trying to calculate how many packets of noodles that makes, Detective.
Don, how did you do that? I feel like you keep getting better and better at seeing right through me every year.
Though I grow with each revolution of the planet around the sun, I have the distinct impression he continues to madly spin in place.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. So that 10 million cents, is that in euros or in dollars?
Does it really make a difference to our case? Mr. LeBlanc, there is a chance that your cargo is related to the murder case. I was wondering if you would allow us to examine it a bit closer.
It is a very valuable piece of art, so no, there will be no touching.
Well, we could present things to you.
Why do you show me something of no value? Show me the bread first, and maybe we will talk.
Wait, he wants me to pay him before he'll comment on this? Oh, now hang on. This suitcase has plenty of value. It's worth $1,200.
What a waste! How horrible to see a priceless piece of cloth soiled.
I assure you it wasn't me. I believe it to be the work of the killer.
I will teach that killer a lesson. You can be sure I will. It will be the LeBlanc Revolution.
I think he meant the LeBlanc Retribution, but either way, it sounds intimidating. He doesn't want to answer questions about his smuggling operation. Yeah, probably. You show me something of no value. Please don't call my prosecutor's badge. Oh, there we go.
You! I can say you have the guts to show me a piece of art at this time. But from a single glance, I can already tell it is mostly worthless.
This has much more value as a piece of non-art, I assure you.
You look like you have something to say. Perhaps you are thinking like casting pearls before swine.
You actually hit the nail on the head for once.
Ah, so you're finally paying my wasted money.
Sorry, but there is absolutely nothing inside this wallet.
How dare you! You are wanting to trick me! I will sue for fraud!
Mr. LeBlanc, are you seriously considering a courtroom tango with me? I hope not, but in case you are, there is a certain lawyer I can introduce you to. Alright, so logic-wise, we have smuggling and valuable piece of art. Eureka! If Mr. LeBlanc has something to do with the smuggling ring, then it's possible this fake statue was brought on board in Jungfa. I think I need to question him a bit further. About your statue, Mr. LeBlanc, I wonder if it might be a fake.
What? How dare you say my art is fake?
I suspect that your statue might be the target of an international smuggling ring.
Don't say such fantastical things. Those thieves would not dare. I have the certification of my cargo right here.
Do you mean the cargo certification document? Mr. Sinclair Blanc, why didn't you say so earlier? Please show it to us at once. I can't read this. What does it say?
It says as plain as day, the cargo was put into the plane in Europe.
And there you have it, Miles Edgeworth. Too bad for you. The statue was brought on board in Europe just as it states in the certificate.
No, that's...
Which means that there was never a window of time in which the statue wasn't sitting here.
I respectfully disagree. I think the Yellow Man is full of shit. We can't discount the theory until I see the statue for myself.
Then you can have your wish. Look at it yourself and see that I am right.
This... I know I've seen this somewhere before.
This is the Alif Red. Gives off such a feeling of art. I can practically smell it.
Yes. It's very usual of Gumshoe standing around smelling art.
This statue has a high amount of historic value. After it was unveiled at a museum in Europe, I brought it to this country to exhibit it.
I believe a closer look is warranted here. So this is the infamous Alif Red statue.
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Did you find something?
There's something wrong with this picture. We should examine it in more detail. So this is the Alif Red statue. I swear I've seen this somewhere before. No wonder this thing is worth 10 million cents. Look at how it sparkles, sir. I wouldn't call it sparkling, detective. Maybe more along the lines of dully shining. Oop, I didn't mean that. That's what I meant. The leftover suitcases sit here, lined up in two pretty neat rows. Too bad for Mr. Nero, but the design is unmarketable. That's what he said. He said unmarketable, not unremarkable. I just read marketable. What have we here?
It says Jiangfa Express in the cloth, sir. I'm gonna take a guess and say that this delivery company is based in Jiangfa.
Something is tugging on the corner of my mind, as though something is out of place. What's this?
The statue looks like it's stepping all over its neighbor's cloth cover. It kind of resembles its owner's attitude in a sense. You! What did you say now? Further, my clothing's hem is not being stepped on by anyone. It is too expensive for me to allow that to happen.
Please forgive the trespasses of my subordinate.
Why should I forgive if the dress passes? Unless it is an expensive dress, you keep it!
Yeah, so if this came on board in Jiangfa and this came on board earlier, why is this on top of the covering for this? That doesn't work. That doesn't work. So what do we got here? I'm already seeing a potential difference. I don't know if this is the hugest thing in the world, but the eye color is different. Are these eyes made of some sort of gem?
That's a real nice shade of orange. For a sec, I couldn't even tell they were jewels. Oh, but they kind of remind me of the eyes of this stray cat that lives near my house.
Are the eyes supposed to be this color? Is it possible this statue is a fake? If we connect it to the photo...
Eureka!
There's the Eureka. These eyes are awfully orange, don't you think?
Yeah, and pretty. They remind me of sunsets when I was in grade school, sir.
I don't think you see what I'm talking about.
No, I do. But it's really like the color of the sun when it's setting, sir. Ah, the memories. I remember standing out in that field, spinning with my arms out until I fell ill.
I don't care about sunsets. Focus, detective. What color are the eyes in this photo?
Huh? Ah! Sir, they're red!
As I thought. This statue is a fake. Mr. LeBlanc.
What do you want? Do you not know I am busy, man? I allow you 2 seconds for your answer.
The Alif Red. I suppose this is your pride and joy, is it not?
It is biggest trophy on this European trip. Do you know why I wanted to possess this statue? The trigger started 17 years ago. Better grab a chair, sir. Sounds like this is gonna be a long story.
Mr. LeBlanc, I regret to inform you, and you have my heartfelt sympathy, but...
What is that sympathy? For what?
You'll see. I'd like you to compare the eyes.
That large fellow there is very bright and pretty eyes compared to you.
I wasn't talking about the two of us. I meant the eyes of the statue in front of us and the one in this photo.
Why the sudden yelling? Now then. Huh? It is a photo of the statue on display at the museum in Europe. Ah!
Now do you see, Mr. LeBlanc? The statue before us is a fake.
A fake!
I believe that even further examination will be required, now that we have confirmed that this is indeed a fake. There must be some sort of proof that this was brought on board in Zhengfa, and I will present to you evidence that will resolve the remaining contradiction. Yeah, it's this. Do I have evidence for this? Does it count with just refueling in Zhengfa? Which I guess is now cargo from Zhengfa? Guess so. There is clearly a contradiction here.
What are you going on about? It's just a simple case of a cargo cover getting stuck under another piece of cargo. That's not possible.
But it is. It shouldn't be this way, but the statue is on top of the cloth. Supposing that the neighboring piece of cargo was brought on board in Zhengfa, there is no way that any part of it should wind up under something from Europe. Which means that this fake statue was smuggled on board in Zhengfa.
But then what about the cargo certificate?
Let me ask in return, what about Agent Hicks? Why did he come down here in the middle of the flight? There is only one reason why. To secure proof of smuggling activity aboard this flight.
So you say, but I don't believe he had to do that mid-flight. He could have just as easily inspected all of the cargo after the plane had landed.
That may be true, however, you have it backwards, Francisca. Sure, Agent Hicks could have waited until after the plane had landed, but he had a reason for coming down to the cargo hold. Suppose he had found the fake at the airport. It would have been after the swap had occurred. At that time, the suspicion would naturally fall onto the statue's owner, who would have no way to prove that the statue was switched without his knowledge. Which means there is someone involved who is forging or modifying cargo certificates. Investigation complete.
I guess the victim knew the real version of this was going to get nabbed, huh?
Yes. While this photo could be seen as nothing more than a simple souvenir, it was in fact taken to be used as a reference document later on. Next, Agent Hicks had to secure proof that the smuggling had taken place. He came down here to take a picture of the cargo hold. A rather empty one at that, right before the fake statue could be loaded on board.
A photo of the hold missing a valuable piece of cargo would have been proof enough. After that, all he had to do was hold the Zhengfa cargo crew and arrest the smuggler.
Exactly. This only goes to prove my theory. If the statue was not in the cargo hold during the Europe-Zhengfa leg of the trip, there would have been enough height from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death.
Officer! Move the statue immediately. I want a thorough examination of the floor underneath, now.
Ms. Von Karma, I'm ready to report my findings.
Go on.
After moving the Olive Red statue out of the way, we tested the area under it with luminol, and there was a reaction.
I see. There was a reaction to luminol. An indication that there was blood in that spot.
Can we stop looking at it now, sirs?
It would seem that my deductions were correct after all.
I suppose it would appear that way.
The culprit cleaned the blood up well.
And how do you think the killer did that?
How did the killer clean up all the blood? Well, with the blood cloth, obviously. The killer used the bloody cloth I found inside the suitcase to clean up the mess. All in a day's work, guys. All in a day's work. Piece of cake, really? No trouble at all.
I see. They had the need to clean up all the blood before the plane landed in Jungfa.
Yes, because otherwise the cargo crew would have discovered it during the layover.
So you guys are saying that the murder happened before the plane landed in Jungfa?
There is no other conceivable timeline for the events of the murder. But if that is true, then that throws a certain person's testimony into doubt. If the murder occurred before we landed in Jungfa, then this becomes highly suspect. Mr. Acme Hicks was there in his seat when we took off at 5 a.m. Mr. Acme Hicks died between 3 a.m. and 4:30. Ms. Meal, you're full of shit. Recall Ms. Meal's testimony about Agent Hicks in regard to when we departed for Jungfa. Well, when we departed Jungfa.
I saw Mr. Hicks sitting in his seat at 5 a.m, you know.
She claims Agent Hicks was alive at the time of the service calls, but...
That totally contradicts the facts, sir.
But why would she lie about something like that?
I think the only person who can answer that is Ms. Meal herself.
To be continued.
March 12, 3:35 p.m. Flight I-390 lower deck cargo hold. Ms. Meal. Ms. Meal! Do you recall what you said earlier? About when you answered some service calls as we were departing from Jungfa.
Huh?
You said that Mr. Hicks was sitting in his seat at that time. However, that is simply not possible. Because Mr. Hicks was dead long before we ever touched down in Jungfa.
Oh?
Ms. Cammy Meal!
Maybe I didn't see what I thought I did.
No one could make a mistake so large, Ms. Meal.
But I make that kind of boo-boo all the time. This is going nowhere. There must be a better way of resolving this contradiction.
Very well, Ms. Meal, if you please, tell me about your alibi during the time span, from just before we were to land at 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. when the body was found.
Are you telling me I'm a suspect, Mr. Edgeworth?
Ms. Meal's alibi.
Yeah. From 3 to 4, I was, in the flight attendant's room all by my lonesome self. Yeah. And from 5 to 6, I was, in the flight attendant's room all by my lonesome self.
How is a man supposed to react to a testimony like that? Ms. Meal, wake up!
Ah!
Oh, she fell asleep again. Looks like the only way I'm going to be able to wake her up is by pressing her. I don't really think airlines should hire narcoleptic patients to be flight attendants. Jesus, talk about boo-boos. Don't think we need Jesus to weigh in, to be honest.
Hold it!
Miss Meal, wake up! I'm awake. I'm awake.
Miles Hedgeworth, I demand that you do something about this flight attendant this instant.
Why ask me to wake her when you can finally put that whip to an appropriate use?
From 3 to 4, I was, in the flight attendant's room all by my lonesome self.
Hold it!
If I remember correctly, food was being served in first class and the lounge between the hours of 3 and 4 a.m.
Yeah, but that kind of stuff's run by Ms. Rhoda.
Then what were you doing in the attendance room at that time?
Eating, and then having a most delicious dream.
You mean you were neglecting your duties?
No way! Sleeping's part of our job too, you know.
Hold it!
Miss Meal, how many times do I have to repeat myself? Wake!
I'm awake. I'm awake.
Ow! What'd you whip me for, sir?
Oh, what did I miss?
A poor detective being on the receiving end of a lash in your stead.
Really? Sorry about that.
You can make amends for that by continuing with your testimony.
And from 5 to 6, I was in the flight attendant's room all by my lonesome self.
Hold it!
So you were alone the entire time, were you?
Yeah, no one else even popped their head in to say hi.
Oh? Well, I think a contradiction just popped in to say hi. What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Miss Meal, there is a clear contradiction embedded in your testimony.
Huh? What are you talking about?
It's not possible that you were alone in the attendance room the whole time from 5 to 6 a.m. There was a giant statue in there with you. Oh, we've actually got the examination window for this. The jewels in the eye sockets, they were made to look just like real gems.
So you mean these aren't real?
Do you really think the forgers would waste that kind of money on a replica?
I guess not. Oh, I just got a really great idea. I could probably find some rocks down by the river I can polish up to look like real jewels. I think I'll try that out and give one to Maggie as a present next time.
I wonder if he's serious. And I wonder if I should try to stop him if he is. I mean, you're not going to sell it on the black market, are you, Gummy? Document in Borginian says statue was loaded on board in Europe, but the statue is a fake. Instantaneous death. Bought at the in-flight shop and left in the attendance room. The timestamp says 5:40 a.m. There it is. What, Maggie the terminally unlucky? Terminally for other people.
Take that!
I wonder if you would be so kind as to take a look at this receipt, Ms. Meal.
Huh? Receipts? For what?
It's for the suitcase Ms. Tenero bought. Now, if I may direct your attention to the timestamp. As you can see, it clearly says 5:40 a.m. Ms. Tenero!
Yes. Huh? Why is the killer here? I thought you'd have her locked up by now.
I requested that she be present as a witness so that we may straighten out your complex lie.
Straight? I don't know what gave you the impression I was, but okay.
Now then, Mr. Nero, between the hours of 5 and 6 a.m., you took a trip from first class down to the first floor in-flight shop, correct?
Yes, I went to the shop to buy a suitcase. After which, I went straight to the attendance room to drop it off.
And did you see Ms. Meal there at that time?
No.
So, Ms. Meal, where were you really between the hours of 5 and 6 a.m.? Ms. Cammy Meal!
Bathroom.
I'll be the one to ask the questions here.
Yeah, maybe that's it. I probably just missed her nature calls.
Do you take me for a fool?
I do.
Shut up! That's a little too convenient to be true.
But it's the truth. Cross my heart.
I don't have enough conclusive proof to counter-argue her at this stage.
You don't believe me, do ya? Please, won't you give me a chance and hear me out?
Reason for suspicion.
Look, I know you're suspecting me because I'm one of the crew. But you think then maybe you should also suspect Miss Rhoda too. She's the one in charge of the elevator keycard in the shop, you know? If you ask me, that makes her super suspicious.
Chamomile? Yeah, Ms. Chamomile tea. Please leave Mr. Nero out of the conversation. Only you are under suspicion for now.
I don't get it. Why are you covering for Miss Rhoda all of a sudden? Oh, now I get it. Maybe you've got your eye on Miss Rhoda.
Of course I'm keeping an eye on her. I can't very well let her escape, can I?
Never mind. But you want to know something? Miss Rhoda actually kind of like... I have absolutely no interest in people who can't appreciate my sense of design.
Now is not the time for this sort of talk.
Look, I know you're suspecting me because I'm one of the crew.
Hold it!
No, it's not the only reason I have for suspecting you. Your statements regarding Mr. Hicks also turned out to be a pack of lies.
Ah, but say I wasn't an attendant. You wouldn't suspect me then, would ya?
Yes. I suppose that's true enough.
But you'd think then maybe you should also suspect Miss Rhoda too.
Hold it!
She is already being detained for further questioning, or have you already forgotten?
Oh, yeah. Guess I just forgot. Cammy, don't tell me you suspect me too. Sorry, can't help it. I've been a bitch to you since word go. I don't know why you're suddenly thinking we're on the same team. I mean, other than you, there's no one else who could have done that. I can't believe you would think that. I mean, me. A killer.
Ms. Meal, what did you mean just now by no one else who could have done it?
She's the one in charge of the elevator keycard in the shop, you know.
And what are you in charge of, Ms. Meal?
I take care of the attendance room.
That doesn't count!
Oh, but I spend so much time in there, it might as well be my responsibility. Mr. Edgeworth, Cammy is very talented in languages, so she assists passengers who may not speak English, especially those who speak Borginian. She is the only one on this flight who is fluent. Oh, you mean that kind of what am I... You mean that kind of what am I in charge of? Why didn't you say so in the first place?
What else could I have meant?
Yeah, so I'm really good at Borginian.
She's fluent in Borginian. And I suppose you're in charge of processing documents in Borginian.
Yeah, I take care of anything that has to do with Borginian.
Very interesting.
If you ask me, that makes her super suspicious.
Hold it!
Actually, your on-the-job behavior makes you super suspicious in my eyes.
Huh? But why?
While Ms. Tenero is busy with the passengers and all of her other duties, you have a lot of free time on your hands, thus providing you with ample time to commit the crime.
Myers Edgeworth, I demand that you cease and desist in this line of conjectural questioning. I won't allow you to bluff your way through this like a certain defense lawyer.
Ah, but I do not honestly believe Ms. Meal does any actual work aboard this flight.
Oh, that's not true, Mr. Edgeworth. Although, well, all I'm in charge of are the attendance room and some Borginian stuff.
Hold it!
So what exactly do you do as the one in charge of some Borginian stuff?
I do stuff like translate things from and into Borginian. Cammy is the only member of the crew who understands Borginian, Mr. Edgeworth.
Ms. Meal, I take it then that it is your job to process all the Borginian paperwork.
Yeah. See, I totally pull my weight around here.
So it would appear. Perhaps I should ask her for a few more details about her work. And, Ms. Meal, it's very unladylike to push suspicion onto someone else.
That's not what I'm doing at all. I'm just saying that Ms. Rhoda is very sus.
There you go, pushing everything onto her again.
I don't get what you mean. Must be a really abstract concept, huh?
Oh, the only thing abstract here is the landscape inside your head.
Look. I know you're suspecting me because I'm one of the crew.
But then you should suspect Miss Rhoda. She's the one in charge of the elevator keycard and the shop. All I'm in charge of is attendance room and Borginian stuff. Well, Borginian stuff is quite related to what we're doing, isn't it? Because this document is in Borginian. Even though you can see iFly Airlines Airway bill written in English at the top, it's still labeled as in Borginian.
Objection!
So, you are the only one in the flight crew that speaks Borginian. Is that correct?
Yeah, I guess so. I studied abroad in Borginia for a while.
If that is the case, then the signature on this document belongs to you, doesn't it?
Huh?
This is a falsified piece of documentation with only one purpose: to lead anyone who read it to believe that Mr. LeBlanc's statue was located in Europe. Loaded in Europe. The only person who could have either prepared or processed this document in Borginian is you, Ms. Meal. Without your participation, the smuggling of the Alif Red could not have occurred. Don't sleep while I'm pointing my finger at you.
No, I wouldn't dream of falling asleep on you, Mr. Edgeworth. Huh? It is exactly as you say.
Are you confessing to having participated in the smuggling?
No. Far from it. It's true that I was the one who signed off on that document. But you can't use that fact alone to make your allegation of smuggling stick. There is no direct correlation, after all. All you have is my signature on a piece of paper.
Really? All you did was sign it?
I neglected to check if the cargo had been loaded onto the plane properly. So, sorry about that.
Seems that she's finally woken up. This is going to be one tough fight.
Suppose, and this is just a supposition, even if I was involved in the smuggling, you can't throw the charge of murder on me just like that.
Objection!
If you are involved in the smuggling, you would have a strong motive to kill. Agent Hicks was in the middle of an investigation regarding a smuggling ring. And just when he was about to close in, he's killed by a member of that ring.
Honestly, unironically, I was having trouble keeping my eyes open while I was doing her like that. Not the best phrasing, but my point is, while I was playing that character in that mode, like, if you were to look at the camera and see, wow, he actually looks like he's reeling there. Yeah, no, I fucking was. This is easier, though. And I love this. The implication here is that she was blowing bubbles the whole time to appear as though she was falling asleep.
Well, did you ever stop to think that maybe Rhoda is the smuggling ring member? After all, unlike me, Rhoda has access to many things on this plane for work purposes.
So perhaps there is some element of a setup at play in this case?
What are you talking about?
Don't worry, I wasn't talking about you. I meant the killer. First it was myself, and now it is Mr. Nero who is under the microscope. Seems to me that our killer is going to great lengths to pin this crime on anyone they can.
You have no proof that Rhoda is being set up or that she isn't.
Actually, I believe that she was indeed the intended target from the very beginning. I believe that the plan was to push all of the blame for the crime onto her. And this evidence will prove my suspicions. This proves that the killer was out to frame Mr. Nero from the very beginning. The piggy bank? Or the suitcase? Certainly the fake murder weapon is part of it. But they know that she always buys a suitcase, you're right. The piggy bank was part of framing her, but the suitcase is more tied to her on an identity level.
Take that!
The killer could have hidden the body anywhere, and yet they chose the suitcase. Why is that? Perhaps it was to move the body up from the lower deck to the first floor. However, why go through the trouble to do so? The only way all of these actions make sense is if the killer had wanted to frame Mr. Nero for the murder. Mr. Nero buys a suitcase on every flight she works without fail. But should her suitcase be switched with the one containing the victim's body, that would put her in a very tight spot. Unfortunately for the killer, the turbulence put an end to the plan. There wasn't enough time to put the body back into the suitcase. Ergo, they made do with whoever was at hand, adapted their plan, and tried to frame me as I lay unconscious on the floor from the turbulence. The killer then went to hide the suitcase in the in-flight shop and brought the piggy bank back to the elevator in order to fabricate a false weapon. A lot of work for a fruitless endeavor, wouldn't you agree?
Sounds like the killer had a tough time too, huh? I mean, why did the killer need to frame someone that badly anyway?
That is because of the special circumstances surrounding this particular case. What special circumstance dictated the need for the killer to frame someone? Is it because it happened before the refueling? Is it because the victim was Ackby Hicks? Or is it because it happened in the cargo hold? Yeah, cargo hold, because it could be the victim wasn't nobody. No, I'm thinking it's the cargo hold because, like, most people can't get down there, so it implicates her. Or Rhoda. I'll say it's because we're in a bad spot. The special circumstance is simply that the murder took place on a plane mid-flight. Oh, I thought it was because it took place in the cargo hold of the plane mid-flight, but alright, sure. No matter which country, customs is quite strict in this day and age, so no matter what you do, the chances that the body will be found is very high. Therefore, there was no choice but to frame either Mr. Nero or myself. In other words, the only one who fits within the boundaries of the criminal's movements is not Mr. Nero or myself, but you, Miss Cammy Meal. Only you and you alone could be the killer.
And? Are you done already? I was about to fall asleep again. Anyway, let's be honest here. You don't have anything on me other than a whole lot of circumstantial evidence.
I can see the outline of how the murder occurred, but I have no definitive evidence. And isn't there a piece of evidence that's still unaccounted for? Something that I still can't quite fit into the big picture. My prosecutor's badge! No. Mr. Hicks's travel wallet? Don't think so. His passport was still in it. Right? Yeah, we determined why his shit went everywhere, why he was in the elevators. Sky Magazine isn't relevant. We know why the grape juice footprints happened. The piggy bank was part of the frame job. We don't know where the cell phone is. That's related to the statue. That is the statue. Various documents. Her testimony has been tossed out at this point. Suitcase is well documented. The cloth? Here comes the cloth. Well, I do have the habit of throwing my, chat's answers first. But something that doesn't fit into the big picture. We haven't mentioned the cell phone at all, but I think everything else has been covered. But we don't really know what the cloth was doing there, no. So it could be that as well. A missing cell phone is by definition unaccounted for. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. If y'all are leaning more towards this, I'll present that instead. Para Repulsive, hello. What are you doing up so late? Says I, 4 hours into my day, but still. Let's go with this. You forgot that the cell... Yeah, the cell phone's forgettable because it came up at the start of the case and hasn't been mentioned once since. So it is the most missing link thing we have. That's why you overlook it. Is the cell phone in her stuffed toy? Oh, that'd be really good.
Take that!
Is it this? Yes. I don't have any actual evidence. Yeah, see, the way I find shit like that is because I always start from the start and I look at everything and I ask, is this what he's talking about? No. Is this what he's talking about? No. Is this what he's talking about? It could be. I don't have any actual evidence.
I thought not.
But that's because it went missing. And still is.
Missing? What do you mean by that?
In the complex puzzle that is this case, there was one piece I kept getting stuck on. And that is the victim's cell phone. Franziska, you were waiting at the airport for a phone call from Agent Hicks's cell phone. Or at least that's what you told me.
That's right.
But Agent Hicks's cell phone could not be found at the crime scene.
You mean the killer took the phone with him?
Precisely. I suspect that if we were to find that phone, it would lead us to the killer.
Come on. Get serious. If the victim fell to his death from that height, wouldn't his phone break as well?
We won't know that until we try a little experiment, will we? Franziska, I'd like to ask for your assistance. You know the victim's phone number, do you not?
Of course I do.
Agent Hicks's phone! It's ringing from somewhere, sir!
I hear it, Detective. Now, where is it coming from? Was it Nokia? Okay, it's investigation time. We'll go straight for her in a second, but we'll talk to the others first. The cop disappeared, like the regular boring cop. Yes, this is Turnabout Airline. This is case 2 of Investigations 1, set chronologically before case 1, I believe. 2 days earlier. Case 1, somebody turned up dead in Edgeworth's office, and weirdly the only other man at the scene was the killer. Jock Sportsman. This one, yeah, an Interpol agent died on the plane that Edgeworth was flying, and so the first half of the case was spent during the flight, and then when we arrived at the airport, Gumshoe and Franziska turned up, and it turns out that the victim is somebody that Franziska was going to liaise with, something to do with a smuggling ring, and we believe the person involved with the smuggling ring is the one who shoved him off of this staircase and down to his death here. Anyway, do you got any thoughts, Gumshoe, while we're listening to the phone ring?
Mr. Edgeworth, it sounds like the cell phone's in the flight attendant's room, sir.
Indeed. We should move to retrieve it at once. Now, how the fuck do you know that? I really was hoping that she'd shoved it up a stuffed animal's, pocket. We've determined that the real crime scene is here. All that's left is to catch the killer. It sounds like the phone is up in the flight attendant's room.
We better hurry to the flight attendant's room, sir.
Miss Meal, wake up!
Sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. I got sleepy all of a sudden because it sounds like a lullaby I used to love as a child.
Oh, I'd better find that cell phone fast.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Don't worry, Mr. Nero. I will get to the bottom of this and find the truth. So please, wait here until I return.
All right. Thank you for all you're doing, Mr. Edgeworth. It sounds like it's coming from the flight attendant's room.
I agree. Please don't hang up just yet. Let me find it first.
That's fine, but let me get one thing straight.
Yes?
Don't you dare answer his phone when you find it. Understand?
I understand that you don't want to pay for the call. Yeah, okay, so we can't interact with anything anymore. The elevator is inoperable right now. The ringing is coming from the attendant's room. I'll have to use the stairs.
Aw, stairs!
Where did LeBlanc go? Did we kick him out? He was down here with us. March 12, 4:12 p.m. Flight I-390, first floor. Flight attendant's room.
The ringing's coming from inside the house, sir. I mean, from somewhere in here, sir.
Leave no stone unturned, Detective Gumshoe. We must find it. It doesn't seem to be over here.
Then let's look somewhere else, sir.
No shit, Gumshoe. This is the emergency control panel for the elevator. The switches are currently set to one floor open, which means that right now it's stopped on the first floor with its doors wide open. It doesn't seem like the phone got mixed in with the items in the lost and found pile.
Well, it's not like the victim would have just dropped it somewhere, right?
I think it's going to be in the suitcase, but let's try the locker room. The ringing is coming from somewhere around here.
But it's not here, sir.
Why do I have such a bad feeling about where we're going to find the phone? This one. Okay.
The ringing's coming from in here, sir.
What? No, it can't be.
This has got to be the victim's cell phone. Just whose locker is this, sir?
It's Mr. Nero's.
What?
March 12, 4:28 p.m. Flight I-390 lower deck cargo hold.
So, Mr. Edgeworth, how did it go? Where did you find the phone?
I found it in the flight attendant's room. in Miss Tenero's locker.
What? But... Rhoda Tenero! I don't know anything about this phone. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Miss Von Karma, is it? I suggest you arrest Miss Rhoda Tenero right away.
Wait, I have a theory! That it's a demon. This is related to the incident with the keycard. When the killer went to steal the keycard, they conveniently stashed the cell phone in Miss Tenero's locker at the same time.
Objection!
This is related to the keycard, all right. In the same way that we have zero proof that the killer did just that. The only voice that sings the truth is evidence. That is the one bird we cannot ignore.
What should I do? Francisca's right, I can't offer baseless conjectures at this point. Alright then. Why did the culprit take the cell phone from Agent Hicks? It must have something very incriminating on or in it.
Hold it!
What now, Miles Edgeworth?
It's not over yet! We have yet to figure out why the killer took the phone.
What?
Inside this phone lies the final piece of incriminating evidence that will point us to our killer. We need to examine this phone in more detail. Oh, it's certainly smashed. The LCD is broken. Without a screen, you can't even place a call with this. I'd like to point out that this is set in 2019. Do you know anybody who had a phone like this in 2019? Because some people did. I just wouldn't consider them normal. We should screen switch, you're right. We have the phone in high detail, would you look at that? Ah, it's a camera lens. That's right, sometimes phones have cameras. Come to think of it, I wonder, how exactly was Agent Hicks planning to preserve the crime scene of a smuggling? Francisca, I need you to confirm something. This cell phone, can it take pictures?
Mr. Edgeworth, I can't believe you don't know about this kind of basic stuff, sir.
This looks like a very similar model to my own. And mine can take photos just fine.
Do you think Agent Hicks could have taken some pictures with this? Oh, you're right. In particular, pictures as evidence for his smuggling case. If so, I'd say there may be some very inconvenient photos in here for our killer smuggler.
But the phone's all busted up, sir.
Even a super prosecutor can't repair a broken phone.
Ugh. I'll find a way, don't you worry about that.
May I go back to sleep now?
Objection!
The LCD screens on the inside and outside are broken, that's for sure. But that's also reason enough to believe that the killer wasn't able to erase the data.
What? What do you mean by that, Francisca?
It looks like our killer isn't very familiar with electronics. This phone still rang when I called it, means only the LCD screens are broken. It's possible that the photos are still there inside, waiting to be accessed. All we need to do is transfer the data to my phone.
Francisca, your phone, if you please.
Very well. My VIP doubles as a USB. It's transferring. Alright, displaying it now.
This is...
Agent Hicks was most certainly trying to obtain some evidence for his smuggling case.
Hey, the Aleph Red's nowhere in this pic, sir.
But this has no meaning as a piece of evidence in this murder case, right?
Ouch, she's right. There's not much we can find out from this about the killer, sir.
Is this it? Is this the end? Is there really nothing in this photo that we can use? There's no missing suitcase? Is that it? The fact that all of the suitcases are here in this photo is odd.
Agent Hicks was still alive at the time. So what exactly is so odd about suitcases that haven't yet been used being there?
Yes, well, I was only pointing out things that are different between now and then.
Your off-topic ramblings have put his attendant to sleep yet again, Miles Edgeworth.
I'll give Sleepyhead here a rude awakening, a deafening objection, and a contradiction. What are these? The guardrail. It looks exactly the same as it does now.
That rail is entirely too low! I even almost fell to my death! However, I was saved in a miracle-like manner. Perhaps that is what to run away from death by the skin of one's gum means.
Try to narrowly escape death by the skin of one's teeth, Shakespeare. Now then, there must be something in this photo. Also, I thought you left the scene, Mr. LeBlanc. What's all this?
Oh, they are cargo shipped from Borginia to Jangfa.
So the reason they aren't here now is that they were dropped off in Jangfa. Mr. LeBlanc, can you tell me the contents of the boxes? Unfortunately, there is no English written on them anywhere.
One cluster of boxes is written in Borginian. It says... It is cloth in English.
Cloth? Could it be? Is this where the killer... No, he hasn't been shot. He's just wearing very interesting clothes. It looks like it, doesn't it? It looks like he's got about 7 bullet holes in him. Now, this is Mr. Zinc LeBlanc. He's from the Northern European Republic of Borginia. He is a wealthy art dealer with no inside voice.
What? What for is that scary face?
Ms. Meal,
Yes.
it appears that Agent Hicks was no ordinary investigator.
What?
He left us with a piece of evidence after all. A striking piece that will point out who his killer is.
Huh? Maybe you shouldn't force your mistaken reading of a simple picture, Mr. Edgeworth.
The Borginian cargo and this piece of evidence will point us straight to the killer. I don't know what the fuck you mean. Is it the cloth now? There's nothing really to look at on it. I guess it's the cloth because it's the only thing that's related.
Take that!
Let's pretend this makes sense.
And what is that supposed to prove?
The killer used this piece of cloth to wipe up the blood they had spilt. Oh, it's because it's written in Borginian. So she's the only one who could fucking read that there was cloth in the boxes. Well, and LeBlanc, but he couldn't get down here in the first place. But there was one thing that bothered me this whole time. Where did it come from? Where did it go? Where did it come from, Borginian-eyed Joe? And now I have finally found my answer in this very photo. The cargo that was unloaded in Jangfa had cloth written on it. In Borginian, that is. And this is where the killer grabbed a piece from to clean up the blood with.
How far?
That's right. The killer was someone who could read and understand Borginian. And the only crew member that fits that description is you, Ms. Cammy Meal.
Hold it! That's pretty flimsy. The killer probably searched through all the boxes looking for something to use. When you're frantic, you don't care if the box is in English or Borginian or bloody Brazilian. You just open the fucker.
Sorry, but I cannot agree with your assessment of the killer's indiscriminate nature. Also, they speak Portuguese in Brazil.
What?
There was no need for the killer to tear through boxes at random at all. And if the killer supposedly could not comprehend Borginian, well... Logically, the killer would have opened this box first. Probably the bed sheets one, because it says bed sheets. That's as good as cloth, right?
Take that!
Take that!
Hey, it says bed sheets in English right on the box, sir!
Precisely. And bed sheets would be perfect for cleaning up blood, wouldn't you say?
Hold it! So what are you trying to say?
But if I were the criminal, this box of bed sheets would have been what I would have spotted first.
However, the killer chose to use some Borginian cloth. Do you have an explanation for that?
The killer didn't want anyone to know that the real scene of the crime was this cargo hold, so they were afraid to leave signs that the box for the sheets had been opened. However, the Borginian cloth, well, that's a horse of a different colour.
Because the killer knew that it was going to be unloaded in the Republic of Jungfa.
That's right. That is why the Borginian cloth was used. And the only Borginian reader on board who could make such a calculated decision is you, Cammy. You and you alone. It would be very easy for us to confirm if any of the boxes were resealed. All we would have to do is contact the Jungfa authorities in time. We may even find other evidence to incriminate our killer within those boxes. So, what do you say, Ms. Meal? Why not confess to your crime here and now? Or would you rather wait and see what we find out from our investigation in Jungfa? Well, apparently she continues. Good God. Everybody see the ProZD video about the ridiculousness of Ace Attorney villains breaking down?
He was Interpol. I couldn't stop it. I brought him here. He started taking pictures. I couldn't be found out. I was scared. I was in trouble. So I did a murder. It's perfectly fucking understandable, right? I
March 12, 5:26 p.m. Long fucking day, because we started at 6 a.m. Flight I-390, first floor lounge.
We finished making all the arrangements to take the suspect in, sir.
Very good, Detective. What about the smuggling route? Did she say anything about that?
They're taking her down to the precinct now. Hopefully we can get more out of her there. Whenever we even approached the topic, she just started foaming at the mouth. It was scary, sir.
She probably wasn't prepared to commit a murder all of a sudden. One thing is for sure. The ring behind this whole mess means serious business. It looks like there's a lot more to this case than meets the eye.
Mr. Edgeworth, I just wanted to say how much I appreciate everything you did. Thank you very much.
It was nothing. In fact, I should be the one thanking you for your cooperation.
But truly, if it wasn't for you, I might not be here right now. Instead, I can continue to serve our passengers as a flight attendant. I hope that... Well, please accept this as a token of my appreciation.
Abso-fucking-lutely not. It's the ugliest thing I've ever seen. That's...
I see. You don't have to take it if you don't want it.
No, I mean, I would never turn down a lady's generous offer.
Oh, thank you. I'm sure it will serve you well. And remember, we here at iFly Airlines are always ready to serve, Mr. Edgeworth.
Thank you. I'll keep that in mind.
Now I must bid you farewell. May all your skies be blue, no matter where you go.
I can't believe we wound up investigating the whole day, sir, but boy was it fun.
Speak for yourself. My day was filled with earthquakes, elevators, and false charges. By the way, where's Franziska?
Oh, she's filling out some customs paperwork for her departure.
Departure?
Yeah, Miss Von Karma's always really busy, sir. She's been flying from country to country to chase down some leads regarding their case.
Detective, Could you cancel the car I had you reserve earlier?
You got it, sir.
March 12, 5:47 p.m., Hope Springs Eternal Airport. Franziska.
I thought I told you when you first landed, I have no time for idle chatter.
I have no intention of wasting your time. However, it has been a while since we last met.
I also have no time for such familiar reminiscences. Just who do you think I am?
You are Franziska von Karma, a very proud prosecutor deserving of much respect.
Until only a little while ago, I was but a wretched mutt who was always losing to you. A dancing Pierrot, living her life on the name and fame her invincible father built.
True, your father, Manfred von Karma, didn't lose a single case for 40 years as a prosecutor. However, I wouldn't say he was invincible.
Yeah, no, his last one didn't go too well, did it?
What are you talking about? The group I'm on the trail of is a little more troublesome than most. The smuggling route we found this time is only one sliver of the big picture.
Sounds like a dangerous assignment.
You really don't have to worry. I can take care of myself.
Yes, I suppose you can.
Plus, there is another agent on this case with me.
Oh? Another agent?
He's a star among Interpol agents and has the highest successful arrest rate. Who knows? You may even run into him one day.
I was simply caught up in this one case. I hardly see why we would cross paths. It's not like I've started upon a path that's going to lead me towards a 5-case arc.
I suppose. But I doubt he would say the same.
I'm not following you.
You'll understand soon enough. The fight has only just begun, Miles Edgeworth. I'll be back in this country soon enough. And when I am, you can be sure I'll pay you back. In full.
And just like that, she's gone, huh, sir? Thank goodness, I can finally rest easy knowing I won't have to watch out for her whip.
Detective Gumshoe, I want to thank you for all your help and cooperation.
Ah, it was nothing, sir. I was just happy to be able to work with you again, ho-ho.
Don't call me a hoe.
I think I'm gonna celebrate by adding a little extra salt to my instant noodles tonight.
Just how much did you cut his salary by, Franziska? Detective, I was wondering if you might give me a ride down to the prosecutor's office.
Sure thing, sir. I'll even fly down the road in a patrol car if you want.
Don't make me remind you, Detective. Safety first. Thus, I solved the first case upon my arrival home. Franziska von Karma, the smuggling route she was after. The leaders of that ring had already put their trump card into play. And the players on that other side of this war, they would begin to make themselves known through the next incident. Edgeworth speaking. I don't know who this is. Give me a second to, figure out what voice to use. Okay.
Ah, finally. I called who knows how many times earlier, but I couldn't get through.
And you are?
Ah, have you forgotten my voice, Miles, my boy?
Mr. Amano. Ernest Amano, correct?
Ah, so you do remember me. I know it's rather sudden, but I can't ask this of anyone else. There's been an incident, Miles. My son. He's been kidnapped.
Oh, The end. A brand new episode has been added. The Kidnapped Turnabout. Presumably also taking place before Case 1, because it's a direct lead-in. So as one would perhaps expect, Episode 2 here has the Franziska picture.
Yes, my son's been kidnapped, but enough about that. How are you, my boy?
This is an interesting figure with spiky-looking hair coming up to what looks almost like horned points. March 13, 10:11 a.m., but we don't know where. It's time.
Don't worry, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be following your every movement with my binoculars.
Good to hear. Now make sure you don't lose sight of me. I'm counting on you for backup.
You can count on me, sir.
I have to go. The kidnapper is supposed to contact me soon. Who would have thought that upon my return I'd be thrust into a kidnapping case? And that I would be the one who would have to make the ransom drop off. Let's see. I checked that the money is all there, safe inside the suitcase. Now all I have to do is await further instructions from the kidnapper. Which I'm expecting to be transferred to my cell phone. I wonder who else is around. This is the meeting place after all. Gatewater, huh? Oh dear. Is that person dressed as the Blue Badger? They sure are. Oh, thank you.
And a big hello to you! I'm the Proto Badger! Nice to meet you! Excuse me, but were you perhaps thinking of taking a picture of me?
A picture? Of you? Sorry, but I'm not interested.
Oh, that's too bad. Well, have a good day!
Hello? I'm just going to assume this is like heavily voice changed, so I'm not going to try and like look up who this is ahead of time to do the voice correctly.
Who are you? You're not Ernest Amato.
It sounds like the kidnapper is using some sort of voice alteration device. Yeah! I'm his representative, Miles Edgeworth.
Are you a cop?
No, I'm a prosecutor.
Huh.
I know what you're wondering, and yes, I have brought the money.
I see. In that case, bring the money with you to the stadium.
So this person intends to see if I'm being followed, huh? Please, Detective Gumshoe, I really need you to come through for me this one time. You know, because Gumshoe's never come through for him before. Ungrateful prick. Edgeworth speaking.
Next, come to the haunted house.
And just how long do you intend to have me wander around for?
That's for me to decide. You don't have much of a choice here, my friend.
I suppose not. I've arrived.
Go inside.
Well, this is a fucking joke. Why is it that my reflection only shows up on the intact mirrors? What a dismal place.
That's it. Go through those doors.
Am I being watched from somewhere?
Leave the money and go. Now.
I was hoping for an exchange, but maybe I should do as they say for now and not push it. I couldn't catch even a glimpse of the kidnapper. Perhaps I should keep an eye on this haunted house until police backup arrives. Hello. Missed opportunity not having the Blue Badger theme play here, but like a minor key version. Anyway, we got smacked in the back of the fucking head. Ah! It was a trap! March 13, 11:23 a.m. Who the fuck knows where?
That guy. Betrayed. No. Can't be. Then the deal.
Who is that? What are they talking about?
Split. Police. Alright. In front of... Meet up.
I can't move my body. I fear I may faint again. Yeah, he's got the keen mind feat. What's it? Where am I? How long was I out? It wasn't raining like it is now when I made the drop-off. This was supposed to be a simple affair. So why have I been taken hostage as well? I can only assume Detective Gumshoe lost sight of me at some point. The only reason I agreed to be the drop-off man was because of that phone call. It was from Mr. Ernest Amano, the director of the powerful Zaibatsu, the Amano Group. But aside from that, I also owe him a great debt of gratitude. His only son, Lance, had been kidnapped. I know that Lance is already in his 20s, but I guess some things you never grow out of. What, getting kidnapped? I can't sit around waiting for someone to come help me. I must escape somehow. No! Well, shouting didn't work.
Was that you making that funny sound?
Who's there? And how dare you laugh at a gentleman's plight? Who are you? Are you one of the kidnappers?
A kidnapper? Me? No way! I'm not into such petty crimes. Nope. I'm after something much, much bigger.
You're my government-assigned weird girl. Oh, I must be worn out from today's ordeal. Focus, Miles.
Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. Sorry about that. Even in the depths of night, when no other bird dares to take flight, one alone soars to shine the light of righteousness on the world's blight. And that one is me, for I am the great thief, Yatagarasu.
Gesundheit. Sorry, great thief? Did she really just claim to be the Yatagarasu?
Oh, but my real name is Kay Faraday. You can call me Kay, okay? Good. Glad that's settled.
Right, so you're a master thief who uses a pseudonym to protect your identity, and the first thing you do upon meeting a prosecutor of the law is to tell him who you are. Not quite. I have a mountain of questions for you. But first, if you would be so kind as to remove these ropes.
I wonder. Should I remove them? I was actually having a lot of fun watching you make those silly faces. Hey, there's no need to get all mad and icy glary on me, you know. This rope goes through here, and there you go.
What a relief. I owe you my thanks. Also, you're under arrest.
It's okay. You can pay me back in full later.
Now then, what question should I start with? Unfortunately, I can already tell nothing is going to be easy with this cheeky girl. So we have a pamphlet for Gatewaterland, map and explanation of park attractions listed. So the map isn't too complicated. We have a stadium, the haunted house, the main gate, and the Wild Wild West! And of course we have my prosecutor's badge. Profiles: Ernest Amano, 51, benefactor when I studied abroad in Germany, director of the Amano Group. Lance Amano, son of Ernest, victim of the kidnapping. I knew him when he was a child. And Kay Faraday, self-reported great thief. She suddenly appeared, but why was she stalking me? You call yourself a great thief, yet are you really a thief at all?
You doubt me? I get it. You think that a young lady like me couldn't possibly be such a big-time thief, right?
That's not the part I have a tough time believing.
I am the real, genuine Yatagarasu, you know. Yep, I'm a pure-blooded great thief. It's a little something I inherited from my predecessor.
In that case, you wouldn't mind if I arrested you then, right?
What? Of course I'd mind! I haven't stolen anything yet. Seriously, I don't know how you can say such a horrible thing to your savior.
That's true. Technically, she hasn't stolen anything in front of me. Yet... When you say you're the Yatagarasu, do you mean that you are the Yatagarasu?
Yep. The most righteous of the righteous. The legendary great thief. But the title was only recently succeeded to me. So I haven't had a chance to steal anything yet as the second Yatagarasu.
I was not aware that thieves could pass down their titles like that. Haven't you ever done the Grey Fox quest line in Oblivion, Miles?
But don't worry, I've got some big plans in the works.
Big plans, huh? They wouldn't happen to lead to a big arrest, would they?
I knew it! There's just no reasoning with a prosecutor.
I'm not the problem here.
I'll have you know that the Yatagarasu has no interest in stealing petty trinkets. There's one thing and only one thing I want to steal.
Only one thing, and what would that be?
But that's gonna have to wait until we find our way out of here.
Well, at least there is one thing we agree on. I'm sure I'll have plenty of time later to learn more about you.
So, you never told me what your name is, Mr. Persecutor.
Prosecutor, and I guess not. I'm Miles Edgeworth.
Ah, now I remember.
How could you remember something I just told you? But she sure is cheery.
All right then, Mr. Edgeworth, let's get out of here.
It would seem that we are locked in from the other side.
What? No way! I don't hear you. La 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 la!
Kay, you do remember where you came in from, right? It looks like that might be our only way out of this room.
Whoops. Slight miscalculation. That's a good height to make an entrance from, but I can't jump that high to make an exit.
Oh. I suppose we have no choice but to look around and see if we can't find another way out. Begin investigation. Isolation room.
Hey, don't you think getting out of here is more important right now? You can ask me about that later.
I suppose she's right. Okay. So here we are, stuck in a room. It's different. Let's get through here as best as we can.
Man, why did they have to put the windows so high up anyway? How is a thief supposed to make her daring escape?
I suppose we could make our way out if we were able to climb to the top of these lockers.
That's pretty clever. You'd make a good thief yet, Mr. Edgeworth.
Please don't ever place my name and the word thief in the same sentence again.
Let's see. I wonder if I can jump and grab the top of the locker here. Man, why did they have to make such ginormous lockers anyway?
Even if we wanted to use these lockers, we'd need some sort of foothold. I was trying to click on the piece of paper next to it, but I don't think that's actually going to work.
Hey, there's something inside the bottom right box. Oh, I think it's a pink badger costume.
Pink badger?
You don't keep up with what's going on in the world, do you? In that case, you better study up on the whole badger clan with this.
What is this thing?
Think of it as a Bible of all the things you'll ever need to know about the clan.
Whatever. I suppose I can keep it as a reference guide or something. Blue Badger Bible. I suppose this means that this is where they keep all the costumes.
It certainly looks that way. It's like the Badger family's home.
There are 8 boxes, but 7 of them are empty. Which means that 7 of the costumes are in use right now. Not quite. One of their heads is in the room with us. But aren't these badgers the mascots of the police force?
Well, I heard that the police had a hand in sponsoring this theme park. Probably because the Gatewater Group owes the police from all those cases they solved.
They have all the power of the state and they used it to make a theme park?
It's not just any theme park. They have a handcuff-shaped double-looping roller coaster.
That's quite enough. I'm feeling quite woozy from the thought of such a thing. What, and I cannot stress this enough, the fuck. Book detailing info on the whole Badger family. So we have Proto Badger, the very first Badger. Blue Badger, an ally of justice who keeps the peace. Bad Badger, a vile criminal with a gun. And Pink Badger, note her unique pink bow. 'Cause, you know, girl? Put a ribbon on it. Yeah, like Gun Monkey from Ape Escape.
Look, it's the Blue Badger.
I suppose even this thing can be popular with women.
I can't stand his ass.
What in the... Why is she suddenly beating the Blue Badger's image up?
He's got the word badge right in his name. How bad is that for a girl like me? And to think he's out there wandering around in this park, I better be careful or he's going to arrest me by the power of his name alone.
I somehow doubt that the Blue Badger has the power to arrest anyone. What have we here?
Ah!
Why do I feel a laser-like stare aimed right at me? Did you want me to take a look?
Well, don't mind if I do. Oh, I see. Yes, this is definitely a key. I'm sure it's a key to something.
We have a tiny key. Who fucking za? The something is what is relevant to my interest. So this is the Blue Badger's rival, the Bad Badger, huh? Do you feel some sort of reverence towards this Badger, Kay?
I can't believe you would be so stereotypical when it comes to thieves. Surely you must also think there are much cooler and cuter ones out there, right? That's it. I've decided that thieves and thievery need an image makeover.
Good luck with that one. This is that Blue Badger I met at the main gate.
Excuse me, but his name is Proto Badger, not Blue Badger. He's based off of the very first design created by the local police chief. You know, when you compare the two, Blue Badger looks a bit cuter.
I suppose, as he continued to redesign him, the chief managed to make him cuter and cuter. Even humanity has come a long way when you think about how much we've evolved.
Are we comparing the Blue Badger to humans now?
I suppose this is the pink badger. But since it has the same design, doesn't it seem forced to call this one a female?
You think so? I mean, just look at how long her eyelashes are.
That's the only difference.
And the fact that she's pink.
Yes, and?
Excellent improv etiquette, but I don't see what you mean here. And her lips are red. See? Lipstick.
What? She has nothing to say about the giant pink ribbon, or is that too obvious? Doesn't seem to be anything else other than, like, commentating the 4 sets of badger as well as the key.
Maybe we can use this paint to help us escape.
What exactly do you have in mind?
Well, we could paint HELP in really giant letters.
And who, pray tell, would see these giant letters? We're inside a building.
Okay, then how about we light the paint on fire and send out colored smoke signals? Anyone who saw it would think some crazy arsonist was about and call the cops. Actually, that may not be all that great for me, seeing as I'm a thief and all.
Let's try to find something other than this paint to use, shall we? Yeah, let's fill this small room with smoke. That'll do wonders for our chances. They're holding a Blue Badger photo rally.
You didn't know? Plus, it's not just the Blue Badger, it's his whole family, too. If you manage to snap a shot of every member of the family, you get a really posh prize.
Well, there's a costumed head sitting over there. Why not start with a picture of that?
You can't do that, that's cheating! There's only one of each badger in the park, so you have to work for it.
Speaking of badgers, there was one sitting against a wall in the haunted house.
Seriously? But somehow I don't think that one counts, Mr. Edgeworth. You have to take pictures of the costumed ones walking around the park.
So those are the rules of this game. How quaint. And it becomes evidence, somehow. Only one of each badger in the park. Isn't this my phone? It looks like it made it through the ordeal intact.
If only there was a way for us to contact someone on the outside.
Ah, but we do have a way right here.
Oh, there was a cell phone here this whole time?
If I'm right, Detective Gumshoe should have contacted the precinct for backup by now.
Mr. Edgeworth, sir, are you okay? I was so worried, sir.
I'm fine. I was knocked unconscious for a spell by the kidnapper, that's all.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm such a failure. If only I hadn't lost sight of you.
Detective, we don't have time for this. Have the police set up a perimeter right now.
Don't have to worry about that, sir. I already got the boys working on that. But in doing that, I sorta...
What's wrong, Detective? Who's that?
Sorry to butt in, but I'm afraid you're going to have to make do with me.
Who is this?
Shilong Lang of Interpol. A pleasure to speak with you, Mr. Edgeworth. I've heard a great deal about you.
So why exactly is an Interpol agent like yourself involved in a domestic kidnapping case?
Don't sweat the details. Crime's a crime, whether it's on local or a global scale. Besides, You're the one who's in a world of trouble.
And why would you say that?
Lang Zi says, pack that runs together, stays together. You catch my drift? You caused quite a ruckus by running blindly into a situation and then getting caught. You should have contacted the police from the very beginning.
I'm sorry that this happened because of a lapse in judgment. However, I humbly request that you please help me out of here post-haste.
Sorry. No can do.
What?
We're hunting the kidnapper now, and I haven't got any hands to spare. As I said, my pack moves as one. You're the one who wanted to go at it alone, so good luck to you, Mr. Prosecutor. Oh, and once we do catch the kidnapper, rest assured we'll come find you. Eventually.
Ew.
What's wrong? Did you get cut off?
No. My phone ran out of power.
No way!
Doesn't matter anyway. We should try to get out of here through our own means.
Yeah, I have a name to live up to after all. If we put our heads together, we're sure to find a way out.
Don't mind me just practicing my ventriloquism there. This is the beam I was tied to.
What's up?
That's up. An upper level, in fact. I was pondering if perhaps we could make it over to and out the window if we climbed this.
Good thinking! And if it's climbing action you need, just leave it to me.
Thanks. This little hook looks like it might make for a good foothold. Up you go, Kay, and good luck.
Count on it! The great thief Yatagarasu spreads her mighty wings and takes to the skies! Here I go!
Thud. As I thought, this beam was definitely not made for climbing.
What do you mean, as I thought? I'm not your guinea pig, you know.
What is this?
Looks like the Bad Badger. And it's looking as bad as ever.
Looks like a costume head to me.
I guess the Bad Badger's costume is, at the very least, a two-piece, huh?
The real question is, why is it only the head sitting out here on the floor? We have the Bad Badger's head. Badged. Costume separate into head and body. This head was left in the isolation room. Show her the other shit first, in case she has something to say about it. Didn't think so. She's just going to tell us to hurry up. Do you know where the person who kidnapped me went?
Well, after they locked you up in here, it sounded like they went into the next room and started talking to someone.
I feel like I heard something as well, but it's all a haze in my mind. However, I do recall that the kidnapper was talking with someone. It was just a guess before, but I guess I really am dealing with two kidnappers here.
After that, they left. It almost seemed as if they were done with you.
I suppose that is the case, as my kidnapping seems like an afterthought to the $1 million. Well, if they went into the next room, let's see what we can find out through the slot. The slot? The slot. So now she moves and we can look through. And we can actually see the next room a little bit. Just on this screen.
Oh, we can peer into the room the kidnappers were in from there.
Yada yada, nooks and crans.
You know,
know, as for a guy who's not going to rest until he's examined every nook and cranny, we don't have an examine option for these foldable chairs. There is a beam in the next room identical to the one in this room. There's even a hook on it to hold a propped-up floor panel in place. Which reminds me.
Did you find something useful, Mr. Edgeworth?
Perhaps. I may have found a very handy hint to how we'll get out of here. Nothing unusual about that area. Is that what I think it is?
It looks like the kidnappers had an escape tunnel prepared just in case. That's awesome! They're like a bunch of great thieves themselves!
No, they're not, because I highly doubt they made the tunnel themselves. The floor panel was removed and propped up against the beam in a very specific way. The suggestion here is that we could maybe get our own tunnel going in this room. I think this building was originally built with a basement or underground area. There's a door on the opposite side that appears to be the same as this one, which would mean that I can probably assume that these two rooms are very similar in structure. I believe I may have just found our ticket out. Yeah, that's about it. That's all we need, I think. I think we're up to the logic point. So we have lockers. If we can get to the top, then we can escape if there were some footholds. Costumes, the Badger family are kept in the isolation room. There's a hook on this beam, but it's not a foothold that we can use. We may be able to open something with a tiny key, and the open floor panel is held in place by a hook. So if we combine our hook with that example from the other room, maybe we can look for a trapdoor in this room. This hook on this beam.
You know, I already tried, and there's just no way I can jump from this hook to the window. Come on, even you have to admit when something's just not possible.
I wasn't about to suggest that again. Rather that it's here for a different purpose.
Really? Like what?
As you saw in the adjacent room, it's clearly for keeping a floor panel propped up. Which means that there should be a panel in this room that we can open as well.
Oh, I get it.
We didn't notice its existence all this time because it was being hidden by this tarp.
All right, then, let's fold this thing up and see what's underneath. Now, this is what I call a treasure. Wow, this must be another entrance to the secret hidden basement. I totally smell treasure.
The scent I wish to smell is the sweet fragrance of freedom.
Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and open the hatch!
All right. This thing is locked down tight. We might be able to escape through here, but the door is locked. Well, what do you do to get with the lock?
Fuck. I mean fiddlesticks.
I believe you're up, Kay.
Huh? Why me?
Because we need to use the tiny key that you've taken quite a liking to.
Oh, gotcha! Just leave it to me! I love the tense feeling of these moments when you're about to uncover something big!
I believe the feeling of freedom would be much more satisfying right about now.
Alright, I got the secret door open. And now? Bye!
Wait! What? Are you alright? Kay?
I'm fine. The ladder just slipped is all.
Thank goodness she's alright. I about had a coronary.
There's a lot of really large machinery down here.
What about an exit?
It's really dark and cramped down there, so I really doubt there's an exit. I can't believe that happened.
You have only yourself to blame for leaping before you looked, you know.
No way! I mean, how was I supposed to know that the ladder is removable?
Oh, you mean so that we can pick it up and put it on the fucking lockers? I finally got the door to the underground area open. Okay, I just want to confirm with you that there wasn't an exit down there.
Yeah, it was really cramped and there was a lot of really large machinery.
I see. Are you hurt at all?
I'm perfectly fine! I was just a little surprised when the ladder suddenly slipped out from under me.
I wonder if this ladder can be put to some use. Lockers? Underground ladder. I figured out how we will escape this prison, Kay.
Oh? So how are we gonna bust out?
It seems that your reckless actions were of use after all.
Are you actually praising me?
More of a thank you for giving me an idea regarding this ladder.
The underground ladder? What about it?
This ladder isn't just for those who wish to go down.
Oh, I see. If we use this...
Yes, I believe it's long enough to reach the top of those lockers.
Well, then what are we waiting for?
Investigation complete.
All right, now we can get out of here.
Yes, we spent entirely too much time in here. Kidnappers who held me hostage and a mysterious Interpol agent. This case is only getting started, and I'll be the one to bring it to a resounding end. March 13, 12, 11 p.m. Wild West area! Let's take a break here. Because we're past the halfway point of the stream. I don't have somewhere to be. Normally I'd be finishing in half an hour, but I'm not going to be doing that today, so I'm going to eat now. We'll drop some save states for safety, but the game will keep like that. Yeah, the wah-wah-wah-wah. So stick around if you can. Obviously any Australians watching are probably either already in bed or going to go. But for those of you that could stick around, that was Snip's voice you heard playing the new Interpol agent. We have a tradition where he joins me for like a character here and there when I play these games. Not all the time, but with increasing prominence, generally starting in Case 3. I don't know why it's that specific, but that's just sort of what we've defaulted into doing. So, as that character returns, Stick will chime in, but I'll be back when I'm back. So give me about 15 minutes max. Well, that's the thing. This the Investigations breaks that. Case 3 is not the lighthearted joke case in this game. Investigations have fairly well, notably they have 5 case arcs instead of 4 case arcs, because like only Phoenix Wright 1 of the original trilogy had proper 5 cases. The third game's 4th case didn't really count. It was a miniature case, deliberately. Similar in scope to the case 1s. But Investigations tend to space it out differently. So, yeah, they don't really have that whole irrelevant joke case that pads for time. They actually... and you can see that by the fact that the Maya Fey of this series wasn't introduced until Case 3. Who knows, Snip? No, I don't think there's a joke case in Investigations 1. I don't think there is. I also don't think a joke case suits Edgeworth, per se. Anyway, I will be back. Give me 15 minutes.
Hello, I'm back. Before I continue the video game, I must share this article. Some of y'all may have read or heard, published 20 hours ago, but this is wild to me. I do not know if this story is sad or kind of metal. If it were me, I would not necessarily be terribly upset, I guess, at the story ending this way. The ashes of Arthur C. Clarke and Star Trek creator Gene Roddenberry just burned up on re-entry to Earth's atmosphere after a failed moonshot. The ashes were among those of around 70 individuals on board. This is from PC Gamer. Star Trek creator Gene Roddenberry and science fiction legend Arthur C. Clarke's ashes were on board a private U.S. lunar lander that, after a failed moonshot, re-entered Earth's atmosphere on Friday and burned up on the way down. The intention had been to leave the ashes among those from around 70 individuals, including Star Trek actors James Doohan and Nichelle Nichols. I guess they don't get to make the headline. On the moon's surface, following a successful landing, Roddenberry's ashes have previously been part of other space missions. The lunar lander developed a fuel leak that made attempting the landing an impossibility. A stuck valve caused the issue. Astrobotics then had the unenviable task of working out what to do next and ensuring the lander didn't become a space hazard. In cooperation with NASA, the craft was guided back toward Earth and re-entered the atmosphere on Friday, somewhere over the South Pacific. As well as the ashes, the lander carried various NASA experiments and equipment, with the US Space Agency reportedly paying Astrobotic over $150 million. An update yesterday noted that it remained responsive, but at 3:50 a.m. it lost telemetry as it re-entered Earth's atmosphere. By responsibly ending its mission, we are doing our part to preserve the future. Space exploration is a learning game, especially at this stage, and we shouldn't look at this as a failure. We should look at this as an incredible engineering success, said Sian Cleaver, industrial manager of the project. At one point, it was looking like the mission was doomed, but a team of engineers and scientists managed to work together and to problem solve to restore some capabilities of the spacecraft and ultimately direct it back to Earth. I think that's actually pretty impressive. There's a lot that we can take away from this, but ultimately, space travel is difficult, and we're seeing that here. Normally it doesn't take me a spend of $150 million to determine that an idea I've had is hard. That's my observation. Article concludes, it does seem, whatever the intentions, a fitting and somewhat poetic end for those ashes, reaching for the stars, overreaching perhaps, before a final reunion with our little rock. Now, what I don't quite... because I looked this up because I wanted to see, like, wait, hang on, they didn't... Like, are you telling me that the last remaining specks of Roddenberry are gone? And I wanted to see if they were talking about it from the perspective of Nichelle Nichols. But what I was seeing was that apparently they've been doing that shit with James Doohan's ashes for years. Like, he went to the International Space Station for a while or something. And it seems to be that what they do is they don't use all of them. They don't use all of the person. They take a handful or something, or like a portion, perhaps. And we don't know which body part that portion eventually belonged to. Like, what part of Roddenberry was on that trip? Was it his left arm? Was it his ear? I don't know. But I do not know fully whether that's the case here or whether all of Roddenberry was on this fucking ship, but you'd think they'd have fail-safes and not send all of the person up there, at least I would assume. Yeah, rationing bot, clearly a thing to expect. Exactly, yeah. Just in case we lose a bit, let's keep the rest of him where it is. But, like, how long has he been dead that they still have the ashes on hand? I know some people don't scatter them, some people keep urns, but what? Anyway. Yeah, I guess I'd rather they risk ashes than people. And it is good to get better at space travel in case we ever have to depart, though I don't take a lot of stock in that that avenue being a thing that ends up happening. I mean, creating a situation in this planet in which we probably need to, sure, that'll happen, but us actually being able to succeed in fucking moving, nah, I don't think so. Anyway, ashes to ashes. Space dust to space dust. I would rather we fix the planet. I just don't know if I have a lot of faith in the race that I'm watching being run actually accomplishing that. But I'm not having any kids, so what do I care? March 13, 12:11 p.m., Wild Wild West area. Oh my god. Action Miles! And he just goes back into conversation like, wow! We have no less than 2 mysterious figures in our profile list, including the victim. Well, the kidnapping victim. As this is an Ace Attorney case, I assume someone's going to show up dead, whether it's going to be Lance Amano or someone else. But son of Ernest Amano, victim of the kidnapping, I knew him, Horatio, when he was a child. And we have Shilong Lang, an Interpol agent, in charge of this kidnapping case for some reason. 27. It looks like it's stopped raining for now.
Yeah, and thank goodness. You have no idea how hard it was raining earlier.
I don't think that's going to be I think that'd be Gumshoe, right? Theoretically, that would be Gumshoe.
Mr. Edgeworth!
Let's see if I'm right. There we go. Okay.
I'm so glad to see you managed to escape, sir. I was so stressed that I thought my heart was gonna give out.
Detective Gumshoe, may I ask what in the world that is?
Well, that's...
Count off! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8! 98! 99! Shifu! All 99 members are here and accounted for, sir!
What the heck do you think you're doing counting my cops off like that? Every person is a valuable human being, you get me? And everyone has a name that their parents gave to them. No one is a 2 or a 3. Everyone, regardless of age or rank, is number 1. Got it?
Shifu! Shifu! You are Agent Lang, I take it.
You infidel! How dare you address our Shifu so rudely?
Lungzi says, a cop who disrespects others soon feels the disciplinary bite of an elder. So don't you ever forget to show me the proper respect towards another person. Gina, this isn't much, but please accept my card.
Oh, thank you. Please accept mine in return. Then they have the American Psycho scene. No.
Oh. You all see that just now? That is the proper way for two people to show their respect. Keep that in mind, and you'll get far in life. Got it?
How is the snip audio balance, by the way, those of you watching at home? Ah, that's right. Franziska did warn me. Something about an elite Interpol agent from the Republic of Zhengfa. Apparently, this man has the highest successful arrest rate in the organization. Agent Lang, why exactly is an Interpol agent involved with this clearly domestic case?
That's none of your business, Mr. Prosecutor.
Now, hang on, the cross thing on top of his head's gone. Was that glasses he was wearing? I guess so. How is it not?
I've heard a rumor or two about you. You solved a murder that occurred during your flight home recently, right? But you sure took a while just to arrest one little flight attendant. How pathetic.
Well, I mean, she was a pretty good murderer. She almost committed it in her sleep.
How dare you say that about Mr. Edgeworth? Are you saying you could have solved it faster, pal?
The comedic relief jumps to the aid of his master. How cliché. Look, what I'm getting at is that if I had been there, no one would have died. I would have solved the entire case, and Agent Hicks would still be with us here today.
Agent Lang knew yesterday's victim. Agent Ackby Hicks? Yeah, he was Interpol, Edgeworth.
Hicks was like a brother to me, so now I'm out to take my revenge.
Agent Hicks was investigating a smuggling ring with Franziska and a third person. Ah, this must be the man she was talking about. In that case, you should understand how I feel, because the kidnapped is someone I know. So I ask that you please allow me to participate in the investigation.
Do you want me to say the not so fast, or is the...
He shouts it. I don't do Edgeworth's objections over his own voice.
Sure thing. This isn't your neatly trimmed courtroom of Eden, you know. You're out in the wilderness now, Mr. Prosecutor, and way out of your league. No hard feelings. But why didn't you go on back to your courtroom now, pretty boy?
You dare to mock the court?
I do. And I don't need the help of a filthy prosecutor. Sorry, but the truth doesn't need the likes of you to distort it today.
Who uses the adjective filthy to describe a prosecutor? Why? Why do I feel such intense loathing emanating from him?
All right, men. Good job on the perimeter around... Let me take that again. All right, men. Good job on the perimeter around Gatewaterland. Now just find me the kidnapper and bring the punk to me. Dismissed.
Sir!
Now then, Mr. Prosecutor, you just sit tight here and don't cause any trouble. Understand?
Wait.
Mr. Edgeworth, your pointing finger's still up. Are you okay?
It's been a while since I last met someone so disagreeable. Why, of all places, did he show up here? And completely out of the blue at that. I suppose I'll have to ask Detective Gumshoe to fill me in. Oh no. Oh, they're both here. But only one of them can be in the partner slot, so how are we gonna decide between? Miles' own Sophie's Choice. We'll talk to Gumshoe first, because I think we're supposed to, but... Actually, if we're supposed to, I should talk to Kay first to make sure I don't miss it. Actually, really, I should talk to all these cops around here first. Let's just save state. There we go. Excuse me, but if you could just let me through here? Sorry, I can't let anyone through. Agent Lang's orders. I suppose I'll have to deal with this impasse for now. Is that a cat? I highly doubt I'll find a clue in here, but I might as well check just to be sure. Ugh, this barrel sure is heavy. You there, do you know what's inside of this thing? It's the emergency water supply for putting out fires. I see. Well, they certainly are prepared. Excuse me, but if you could just let me through here? Nope. Identical. The same place. And no reaction to the what I think is half of a cat. The other half presumably behind that officer, but could be a dog. This horizontal...
Yeah, we saw it earlier. It was a cat.
Oh. This horizontal bar is used for tying up horses. Apparently you can ride real horses at the Cowboys Ranch area, just up ahead. Is it possible that the culprits have already escaped with the help of a stolen horse or two? Under Agent Lang's orders, we already rounded up all the horses. And every last one has been accounted for. Agent Lang is good. Although I won't go so far as to say I'm impressed just yet. What's he gonna do with the horses? Is he gonna interrogate them to see if they did the kidnapping? We can't climb back up the pole. This isn't Hitman, and even if it was, I probably wouldn't notice. It's an old-fashioned rocking chair, the kind that makes you feel instantly at ease. There's something written here. A soothing 10-minute sitting for only $100? I see. Reverse psychology. Make it so expensive that no one would dare sit on it. No, I think that's just a money grab, Miles. I don't know that it's meant to be that deep. It's a cactus. And there's something written here on this sign. This cactus is a very gracious gift to Gatewaterland from the local police precinct. I can't believe the police went so far as to even donate a cactus to this place. It's an empty barrel. I'd venture to guess that its only purpose is to set the mood. Horses are painted on this garage door to complete the Wild West theme. They almost look like they're ready to jump out into the real world and gallop away. Almost being the key word. That wriggling! I just can't bring myself to call it dancing. Shouldn't we take a photo with him? Don't we want to throw our hat in the ring for the grand prize? Sure. What am I trying to examine? Some sort of tracks were left here in the mud thanks to the rain. They look like tire tracks. Too bad they're destroying the Wild West atmosphere. They worked so hard to create. The tires on whatever made these probably got pretty muddy as well. And another officer saying no. Why are the police so negative?
Yeah, and I can't calmly do any stealing at all with that detective around.
I suppose it's not easy when there's this many members of law enforcement in the vicinity.
It's alright. It's not like I'm in a hurry to steal just any old thing.
Which is it? Do you plan to steal something or not? Quite the mystery, this one. Maybe I should talk with her a bit more.
So what are you going to do about your investigation into the kidnapping?
Good question. Since Agent Lang holds the authority to investigate this case now, this makes things a bit more complicated.
Aw, come on. You can't just let that stop you. I'll even lend you a hand, so let's go.
But you're a self-purported great thief, are you not? I don't believe I can let someone of an unlawful nature participate in an investigation.
You don't like to listen, do you? I'm not just any ordinary great thief. I'm the Yatagarasu. And as I said earlier, the Yatagarasu is after one and only one thing.
All right, I'll bite. What is this one and one only thing that you're after?
The Yatagarasu is only interested in one thing.
Yes, you've said that 3 or 4 times and haven't gone into any further detail than that.
And that is the truth.
What? I see. It was 7 years ago. There was a vigilante who threw the business world into a panic. Labeled mysterious and phantom-like. The Yatagarasu appeared and vanished at will. But we still don't know much about this thief's ultimate goal. We do know the targets. The Yatagarasu liked to find and make public evidence of corrupt dealings of all sorts. Once a target was chosen, no dramatic calling card or announcement was sent forth. Instead, the chosen corporation was infiltrated without even the target noticing. Some days later, the evidence that was found was sent out to the mass media, along with a card with the mark of a 3-legged raven. Looking back, I suppose you would call what the Yatagarasu was stealing the truth. Could this child really be the successor to the original Yatagarasu? But that can't be, can it? I don't know, Miles. What do you know about the Yatagarasu that you're not telling us?
What do you think about this?
If you're going to steal anything, at least keep your hands off of my lines.
All right, I'll return it to you. Here you go.
I was hoping for some information in return, but my line will do for now.
Come on, the Badger family's waiting for us to find and take pictures of them. And remember, you have to yell, "Badger, get!" each time or it doesn't count.
They even have a rule for when you take their pictures.
Tell me about it. I was planning to steal all my shots, as any proper great chief should.
Does the concept of stealing permeate every aspect of this girl's life?
Yeah, I'm a klepto. It's a serious condition, don't mock me. It's a book of information about my archenemy, the Blue Badger. But I won't lose to the likes of him. You just wait and see. I'm gonna write a tome of thievery. How's that, Mr. Edgeworth?
The information that winds up on your wanted poster will suffice in this competition.
I really love theme parks. Too bad we're not here to have a fun time.
So why did you choose this one, and why choose to show yourself to me, of all people?
Because I was tailing you, silly. Duh.
You were following me? But why?
I don't know, the conversation's over. If I had one of these, I could be a prosecutor too, right?
Don't even think of stealing this from me.
If it's that important to you, then why don't you wear it on your lapel?
Why should I have to label myself as a prosecutor everywhere I go? And why does everyone ask that question of me? That's what I'd like to know. Right, so we have a face for Shi Long Lang now. Highest arrest rate in Interpol. And we also have Shi Na. Age we don't know. Lang's trusty secretary. Level-headed, she supports him in his investigations. And so far, she hasn't said a word. Great job, Detective. Sir! For losing sight of me and the kidnapper and allowing my investigation to be hijacked. Sir. I look forward to your next month's salary assessment.
But the case isn't lost yet, sir. I'm gonna show you just how much of a man Dick Gumshoe can be.
Shall I prepare the 21-gun salute now or later? Detective, are you sure it was the precinct you called for backup?
Of course, sir. I think I would know the number to my own precinct like the back of my hand.
Then why did an Interpol agent show up instead with an army of his own men?
That? I have no idea. About 5 minutes after I made the call, that wolf man showed up out of nowhere, sir.
Agent Lang definitely has an agenda, so the question is, what is he after? But before, let's show you the bad badger's head.
I'm sorry, sir. Absolutely nothing is coming to mind right now. As a man, the only thing I can attest to is this. To be a man, I, Dick Gumshoe, will tell no lie.
His heart's in the right place. Now to work on his deduction skills.
Oh, are you participating in the photo rally too, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm only doing it as part of my duties. Yeah.
I see. In that case, keep up the good work. So, how many have you found so far?
I've been sort of busy with the investigation, so I haven't really found any yet, but...
Something tells me finding the badgers isn't really a part of his duties. Also, there's a badger right behind you, so this is a really poor showing, mate.
You actually got a copy, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, can you show me the very last page?
The last page? Very well. Let's see here. Interesting. Why is your name listed here under special thanks?
That's it, sir. You found it. Oh, that's because I did the choreography for the Dance Dance Blue Badger song.
I suspect that no one entrusts him with any real responsibilities at work.
Gatewater Land. Who would have guessed this place would be such a success? But the Gatewater Group and I go way back, you know.
Yes, same here. I handled 2 murder cases that took place at 2 of their hotels. And it was you who headed the investigation in each case.
Oh, I remember that, sir. I was 16 back then, standing in front of the hotel in the snow.
Clearly we are not on the same page here.
If you're gonna show me your prosecutor's badge, then I'll show you my police badge.
Your wallet is looking rather thin, Detective.
Yeah, I know. That's because you don't fucking pay me. Huh? Oh, whoops. I must have left my badge at home. I always get the two mixed up.
That's not a laughing matter, Detective.
Mr. Edgeworth, I was wondering if I may ask about one thing, sir.
Yes, what is it?
Who's that? The girl over there, I mean.
I'm Mr. Edgeworth's assistant, Kate Faraday.
What?
Funny, I don't recall making you my assistant, Kate.
Yeah, I'm Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Me! It's been like that since the first game.
Sorry, but I just stole your supporting role.
How could you say something so serious with that giant grin on your face, pal? Mr. Edgeworth, we got a thief on our hands, sir. She stole my role, sir. I'm taking her in, getting her convicted, and making sure she serves out her sentence.
Oh, come on, it'll be fun, like musical chairs. Better stay fast on your feet.
No way! I will not lose the spotlight to you, little girl.
Would that be Lance's dad, or is there a mother who's about to show up?
Lance! Lance! Where are you, son?
There he is. Mr. Amano.
Oh, Miles, my boy. I'm sorry to involve you in such an affair just after you've returned.
For you, Mr. Amano, I gladly offer my assistance. After all, I have you to thank for how well things turned out during my time abroad. If it wasn't for you, I might not have been introduced to that law office, and had the chance to study the inner workings of another country's judicial system.
No. You think nothing of it. As you know, Manfred and I go way back, at least back before he was a murderer.
He was a murderer 40 years ago.
Known to be a murderer. I consider a beloved disciple of his to be like one of my own blood.
Yes, he loved me so much he tried to give me the rap for it.
If you ever want to go overseas again, you need only to ask. I can use my company's vast network to send you anywhere at any time.
So who's the old guy?
He is the father of the currently kidnapped Lance Amano, Ernest Amano.
Now then, have you found Lance yet, Miles? Please, I miss my poor boy dearly.
I'm terribly sorry, but your son's whereabouts remain unknown, Mr. Amano.
But hold on there. Then, what happened to all my money?
I believe the 1 million has been stolen and that the culprits are now on the run.
What?
Poor old man. Don't you you have anything you could give him to cheer him up, Mr. Edgeworth? Like another $1 million?
Forgive me, Mr. Romano. Sure, have my prosecutor's badge.
Ah, seeing that badge reminds me of Manfred. Now, he was one fine prosecutor, the best of the best.
Yes, I can't disagree with you there.
I sense that you don't really want to talk about him.
How I feel about him. It's hard for me to be truthful about that with another person.
Your hard countenance. I don't know what you're thinking or feeling. But mark my words, I think you are Manfred's true successor. I really do.
If you ever hear the sound of a whip cracking in the distance, Mr. Romano, I suggest running.
That looks to be something with quite a bit of value. But then, all things have some value attached to them. Only by probing deep into the unknown could we become true winners in this world, Miles.
Thank you, but knowledge is not what's going to make me a winner here, it's information. I was wondering if you could please tell me the details of the kidnapping one more time.
Oh, it was yesterday. A call came to the house. From the receiver came the sound of my son. Help me, Daddy.
I know this is tough, but please, stay with me here, Mr. Romano.
You don't understand. He hasn't called me Daddy in ages. It was incredibly moving. I wish I had recorded him saying that.
He definitely should have recorded that conversation. Not for the foolish sentimentalities of an old man. Refresh my memory. What kind of person is Lance again?
How will telling you about Lance help you get him back?
Well, surprisingly, a lot can be deduced from a person's relationships and behavior.
Very well, then. Lance is my one and only son, and he turned 21 this year. He is very much like me when I was his age. Kind and very attractive. I'm sure women simply can't keep their hands off of him.
Is there anything else about him you've noticed of late?
Now that you mention it, I haven't been able to get in contact with our butler, Oliver.
Your butler?
Yes, his name is Oliver Deacon. He'll be playing the role of dead man in a few minutes, probably. He's been with our family for years now. He gets along so well with Lance, so I thought maybe he would know where my son is.
Mr. Romano, could you please tell me a little more about your butler, Mr. Deacon?
As a butler, he's outstanding. He even serves as Lance's personal private tutor. He took a brief leave recently, but even after it was over, I haven't been able to reach him.
So you still haven't spoken with him since his leave? What about his family and his friends?
They said they hadn't seen him. I've tried everything I could think of, Miles. Do you think this could have something to do with Lance's kidnapping?
It's possible, but I can't say anything for sure quite yet. So, even the person closest to the victim has gone missing. Oliver Deacon. Sounds like one name I had better keep in mind. Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sir.
Let's begin our investigation. Even if that Interpol agent holds the authority to head this investigation, we can't allow ourselves to stand idly by twiddling our thumbs.
I'm with you 100%, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. I, Dick Gumshoe, pledge to stick by your side through thick and thin.
Mr. Romano, it was my fault that the culprits escaped, which is why, with your blessing, I vow to return Lance to you myself.
Oh, I've never seen you so passionate before, Miles. Good luck to you, my boy.
All right. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's do some investigating.
If you think I'm losing to you, pal, forget it.
Wild West area.
So, what should we examine first?
Thanks to Agent Lang, we can't leave this area. But the culprits were here until only very recently, which means we may be able to find some clues that will tell us how they escaped.
Okay, let's get looking. Hey, you there. Oh, me? What are you doing goofing off at a place like this? I wasn't goofing off. I was about to help Mr. Edgeworth kick off his investigation. You imbecile, all precinct detectives are now under Agent Lang's direct command. No way! I am not working for Wolf Boy. Mr. Edgeworth, can't you do something?
I'm not exactly in a position to argue, seeing as how you are a member of the police.
Good, now let's go.
No!
Boy, have I got just the job for someone of your talents.
Well, that was exciting.
Hey,
What? Can't you tell I'm all ready to get down to some detective work?
you should go home. Your parents must be worried about you.
Oh, come on. I finally get to be your assistant and you try to ditch me? Besides, I'm your government-assigned weird girl. We never have available parents.
I don't recall offering you the position.
Why do you have to be so difficult? Besides, it's already too late, you know. Like I said, I've already stolen the position of assistant a while back.
You're the only one asserting that.
Well, by the time anyone notices, it's already gone. That's the Yatagarasu way.
You shouldn't speak so lightly of things you know nothing about.
Fine, whatever, you win. Go ahead and do your little investigation. But the talented assistant Kay is going to tag along no matter what you say.
Even if she turns out to be useless, she's not going to listen to me. Might as well surrender and let her come along for the ride. Okay then.
Yes?
Okay, what do you think about the kidnapping?
Well, I don't know anything about the victim. So actually, I was hoping you could tell me.
Oh, that's right, I never did explain the situation to you. I got involved because of a phone call I received. It was from none other than the director of the Amano Group, Mr. Ernest Amano. You've just met him, he's the man with the earlobes. His only son, Lance, had been kidnapped, and he wanted me to be the drop-off man. Little did I suspect that I would be abducted myself.
And that's when I found you tied to a pole screaming, "Yeah!"
Can you please drop that already?
No.
There's poor Ernest. Sitting on the $100 chair, by the way. But we've already explored all the conversation topics, so...
I don't think he's very poor then.
True, good point.
Voice in my head.
Ha! I've got you now, you vile criminals!
I'd think the kidnappers would have better sense than to try hiding in these.
Oh, come on, lighten up, will ya? I was only joking. I don't really think that the criminals would be hiding here right in front of two officers.
I certainly hope not.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, isn't that one of those things you tie horses to?
Yes, although the horses are in another location at the moment.
Aw, and here I was hoping I would get to ride one.
You know how to ride a horse?
Nope, never rode one in my life. But I have an Asian friend who was born in the year of the horse.
Non sequitur is the only way to describe your logic.
If these were real, I wonder what you'd put in them.
Water would be the obvious answer.
But if you stored water in a barrel under the blazing hot sun, wouldn't it go bad?
People of that period probably didn't care about how it tasted.
Sorry, but I can't let you get away with making fun of our forefathers. I mean, maybe they really liked the strange taste.
Look who's making fun of them now.
Look, there's a blurb about the cactus here. This cactus is a very gracious gift to Gatewater Land from the local police precinct. So, is the police department running a cactus farm on the side? Just kidding. They wouldn't do something so silly.
Actually, I have the vague impression I've seen a cactus farm at the precinct before. horses are painted on this garage door to complete the Wild West theme.
They look so lifelike, don't you think?
Are you thinking of wrangling, or rather stealing them?
If you can coax them out of there, sure. Come on, I know you can sweet-talk them out.
I could be holding a cube of sugar in my hand and they wouldn't budge, Kay. They're not real. It's a set of tire tracks originating from the garage.
Aha! So that means a car left from the garage at some time, right?
Correct, but for the car to leave these tracks, it would mean that it left during the passing rain. That's the only explanation as to why these tracks are made of mud. 3 treads. I think we can also safely assume it's a special type of car.
Hey, it's the Blue Badger! Badger, get!
I really don't understand why she is so excited over this badger hunt. Speaking of badgers, there's a person inside of there. Mr. Badger, I wonder if you might share with me what you saw? He's doing that contorted wriggling dance again.
Aha!
Ah! You've uncovered my undercover identity, sir! I was to remain under the head, sir! Aren't you Officer Meekins? Sir! Mike Meekins reporting for duty, sir! This man was a witness in one of the cases I headed 2 years ago. About the only thing I remember about this officer is that he often spoke and acted before he thought. It gave me a great deal of headaches.
Is he a friend of yours, Mr. Edgeworth?
I've met him in the courtroom once before. Why was he so upset when we unmasked him? Does he have something to hide? Oh, God. Officer Meekins, why are you standing here wasting time? Sir! Because I'm not a police officer right now, sir! I'm the Blue Badger! And I'm creating memories and dreams for the kids! That's never a waste of time, sir! I have a dream to become as big as Detective Gumshoe, sir! I was patrolling the scorchingly boring beat until a little while ago, when the dispatch radio on my shoulder crackled that the kidnappers had escaped, sir! I thought maybe this was my shot at making detective, sir! I rushed on over to join in, but when I got here, there was a sea of people already! And I couldn't spread my trademark friendliness and joy onto anyone. It would seem that some people never change. So why exactly are you in this ridiculous outfit? Sir! That's because, sir, I'm here to keep the visitors in good spirits, sir! But it's also to hide the fact that I'm an officer on the trail of a kidnapper, sir! I see. Agent Lang is very wise to employ this sort of diversionary tactic. To be handed the role of the Blue Badger out of all the different disguises, sir? It's such an honor! Is it? Well, I'll take your word. How long have you been standing here, officer? Sir! For about 1 little hour, sir! It's around the time I woke up from being knocked unconscious. And I've been here ever since, sir! If that's true, then it's possible Officer Meekins saw the kidnappers escaping. However, sir, I must tell you I didn't see a thing, sir! I haven't asked you anything yet, officer. No, but I know you will, sir! He's hiding something from me. Officer Meekins, I insist that you tell me more about your recent movements. Sir, I've been playing the Blue Badger this whole time, sir, and getting into it, too. I patrolled the park, all while wearing this costume, and about 1 hour ago I came over here, sir. I haven't seen any suspicious-looking people this whole time, sir. But I did see a badger, sir, a lone Blue Badger. What you said just now is contradictory to the facts.
How so, Mr. Edgeworth?
This is what Officer Meekins' testimony contradicts. You saw a Blue Badger and you are a Blue Badger, but there's only one badger of each in the park. Officer Meekins, let's back things up. I'd like to ask you about your last statement.
Sir, of course, sir. If that's your wish, Mr. Prosecutor, sir. This little patrolman will wait as long as I am commanded to wait.
You said that you saw a blue badger, correct? And yet, if you take a look at this, what you saw was not supposed to happen. This park is supposed to have only one of each badger in it at any given time. Which means that as long as you are the blue badger, Officer Meekins, you should not have seen another blue badger wandering the premises.
What? Sir?
Then that would mean there were 2 blue badgers walking around. But why?
How the fuck would we know?
Sir, it's so incredibly shiny, but it has a really ugly shape. I knew it! I was right to go for the much more manly police badge, sir. But I lose it a lot, and I just know I'm gonna lose it for real one of these days, sir.
Mr. Edgeworth, I think this cop is one donut short of a baker's dozen.
I know. Believe me. I know.
Sir, I'm undercover as the Blue Badger now, sir. I must pretend to not know anything about anything, sir.
I mustn't respond to that. It would be like shooting fish in a barrel.
Sir, you have a copy of the Blue Badger Bible too, sir? That was written by experts on the Badger family, sir, and it's very, very thorough. It doesn't matter that I was made the Blue Badger only a little while ago, sir. That book helped me memorize every name of every badger, sir.
It's not that hard to remember 4 incredibly obvious names.
Drip drop, little by little, our privacy is being sold off to the public through this, sir. But that means I need to work extra hard on my cute poses.
Ooh, like what?
Like this!
Great, now I know what your new pose will be. Look, sir, I've successfully stolen his pose. And speaking style, sir.
That's nice, Kay.
Well, I'm glad we did that. I don't know what else is left.
We don't have much logic, do we? Just costumes and a second blue badger. I mean, these might go together. There's only supposed to be one blue badger in the park, but like all of the costumes are missing except for one pink badger. So theoretically, there's a duplicate proto blue and bad unaccounted for. A second blue badger that shouldn't exist. Clearly, the true identity of the person underneath is...
Oh, I know. It's one of the kidnappers, right? The person wore a costume to get away.
Precisely. After all, the costumes that went missing from the storage area are...
A blue badger, a proto badger, and a bad badger.
Yes, those 3.
So there are 3 phony badgers running around in the park somewhere, huh?
The identity of the second badger was probably the kidnapper in disguise. Now what? We've seen all of the things that we can say. We don't have any more logic. Can't examine this.
Looks like there's another thief afoot.
Only if we assume that this is not your handiwork.
Are you kidding? You know that the blue badger is enemy number 1 to me. Can you imagine me ever being on good terms with that thing?
Actually, it's surprisingly easy. Nope. Nothing on that. also have the Mike Meekins and Oliver Deacon profiles now. Get a lot of mystery faces in this case.
Just what sort of operation is this that they would allow their valuables to be stolen? It's a disgrace to the way businesses are run everywhere.
Well, thieves by nature generally tend to target these types.
Stealing is an abominable behavior, don't you agree, little miss?
Yeah! The worst!
Am I going to have to add hypocrite to the list of things you are missing? Nothing on the pipe. Oh! Yes, something on the pipe.
Hey, there's a bunch of footprints in the mud over here!
I remember hearing rain fall out here while I was being held in there.
Yep, it was just a passing rain. That's why the ground is already pretty much dried up.
I should be thankful. It left us with some nice footprint samples.
You know what? I bet if we followed them, we can find out where the kidnappers went. Plus, we'd be able to spot them because of their muddy shoes.
I don't think it will be that easy.
Why not?
Look carefully, there are quite a few different sets here, and we don't know which ones belong to the kidnappers. Also, the cops won't let us leave this small area.
Oh, that's true. We don't know what kind of shoes they were wearing.
Right, but if they were wearing full-body badger costumes, do these cover feet? They do. So can we logic the costumed escape with the what kind of shoes? Yeah? Now that we know that the kidnappers were wearing badger costumes, those footprints from earlier take on a new and very significant meaning.
Oh, you mean now we know which tracks belong to the kidnappers, right?
Yes, more than shoe prints, we need to follow the paw prints of badgers.
Okay, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time to use those footprints and go badger hunting.
Can we get that by looking at them again?
So we're looking for footprints made by a costume. Hey, I think I found them. There are 2 sets here.
They both do look like possible candidates.
This set is walking off to the west. Oh, it just stops! I can't make heads or tails of where it's headed from here.
I think we can assume it's headed towards the stadium.
I wonder where the other set leads. This one seems to be headed east.
If it leads to the feet of Meekins, then you know that's a dud.
Huh? Quick, Mr. Edgeworth, I've got him! I've got one of the culprits!
No! No! I'm not a kidnapper, sir! Damn it, Kay. Down, Kay. Clearly those footprints belong to Officer Meekins. But our criminals were each wearing a costume.
Ah, maybe they came over to this garage for something.
That's what I would suppose. Officer Meekins, if you could step aside for a moment. We need to examine the garage. Sir! Roger Wilco, sir! Let's open this shutter and see what we find.
Maybe we'll find the kidnappers hiding inside.
Ah, there's the body. What in the... We seem to have stumbled across a dead body. Look too old to be Lance Amano. How old's Deacon? 50. Ernest, do you know who this is? She must be in severe shock to have been the first to find it. Now then, who is this man?
It's Oliver!
Mr. Amano, are you saying that this man is...
Yes. He's my butler. How could something like this have happened?
Indeed. And why was Mr. Deacon here to begin with? I'd better investigate this crime scene quickly before Agent Lang or his men return. The kidnapper's footprints lead right to this garage. And right to a dead body. Is it possible one of the kidnappers is now a murder victim? Well, the butler kidnapping the son would suggest some shadiness going on. From my cursory examination, I believe this man died of a fatal bullet wound.
You sure are calm for someone who just found a body.
It's surprising what one can become accustomed to in the span of 2 days. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Not many. We got the blood stain, his necklace, this blood stain. Yeah, there's only the 3 from the looks. As long as that Interpol agent has control of this case, I'm not going to be able to have a real autopsy done on the victim. I'm no doctor, but let's see what I can piece together myself. There are 2 gunshot wounds, one in his abdomen and one in his shoulder.
So that means he was shot twice?
No, I don't think so. I think the abdominal one is an entry wound, and the one near his shoulder is the exit.
Nice! I knew you could figure it out.
It comes with experience, and I've seen my share of crime scenes. Speaking of experience, this crime scene seems a bit too clean for a murder where the bullet went clean through. I should make a note of this oddity. Right, so there's only 2 examination points then. This is an unusually shaped pendant.
What is it? Is it something valuable?
She seems to have regained some of her composure. Please do not loot the bodies. This is not an RPG.
It looks like a horse pendant. It's got an antique feel about it, and it's really pretty. Hold on. This is made of platinum silver. Nice! It is worth something after all. Oh, and look! There's something written on the back. Colin Deveray. It's a name.
Colin Deveray. This man's name is Oliver Deacon. Victim Deacon shot from ABD through shoulder. Touch the check button for details. And we start to have text detailing things we basically already know. Pending autopsy done, time of death. Loss of blood from a gunshot wound. We have the entry and exit. Despite the fact that the fatal bullet went clean through the body, there is little blood at the site where the body was found. Also, we don't see a bullet on the ground anywhere. We have deduce now. Don't really know what to deduce. Does this deduce anything with the parts of the body that we have? About the cleanliness of the scene, maybe? Yeah, if we deduce the findings with the gunshot, we might get... do we have 2 logic at this point? Can we combine logics? No. Is this spot connected to any of the evidence I hold? This piece of evidence alone solves this whole case.
Really? You think so? Because to be honest, I don't really see how it solves anything. You must be confused jumping from a kidnapping to a murder. Yeah, that's it.
Ugh. I can't believe I made such a large blunder. But even this little girl could point it out. Okay. Does the necklace connect to anything? Certainly doesn't connect to any of these. Unless it's a bad badger necklace. I'm just gonna mad throw the findings on both of them because we got HP to lose. Like, nothing about... all we have is Blue Badger stuff and then this. Like, this is the only thing related. There's something not right about the name on the pendant. Wait, are we literally deducing because the findings say Oliver Deacon and Ernest says Oliver Deacon? Well, I mean, we know that his name is Oliver Deacon according to what he's publicly... but the pen has a different name on it. That doesn't necessarily mean... like, okay, it could mean that this guy is working under a fake name, right? Like, sure. But sometimes people wear shit that isn't theirs. There's something not right about the name on the pendant. The victim is the Amano family butler, and his name is Oliver Deacon. But the name on the pendant is Colin Devereux.
I wonder what's up with that.
I don't know, but I think we've hit upon an important piece of information. Boom. Oh god, I don't know who this is. Hang on. Let me peer 2 minutes into the future so that I can find out.
It's the girlfriend.
Yeah, I need to know who that looks like. Right.
Lance! Lance! Where are you, sweetie?
Excuse me, but you are?
Oh, this is bad. He's really good looking. Ah, stop it, Lauren. You can't let yourself fall for a playboy like him. You're in love with...
Sounds like someone doesn't know the meaning of the phrase inner monologue, huh?
Sorry to interrupt your conversation, but might you be a friend of Lance?
Yes, I'm Lance's girlfriend. My name is Lauren Pops.
His girlfriend.
Oh, it's not like that. We're like friends, and we're not lovers or anything. We haven't gotten that far yet. But I guess that's how people are going to see it, so I should just accept it. I even got this ring as a present from Lance. Oh.
You know what she reminds me of? A cartoon character.
May I inquire as to why you are here?
I haven't been able to get in contact with Lance lately. I began to get really worried. I looked everywhere for him, and then I heard about the kidnapping, so I came here.
Wow, you're really strong for having made it through all this by yourself.
Is it true? Has Lance really been kidnapped?
No one is supposed to know, but yes, it's true.
Oh, Lance! I can't believe you've been spirited away. I wonder how you're doing right now.
Looks like she's gone back to the fair maiden in love routine. So, Mr. Edgeworth, where do we go from here?
Well, we found a body, so we should look into the murder.
My men brought me up to speed over the radio, and I have to say, you really should have gone. I heard you found something very intriguing.
You mean the body? If you catch it, you can do the hold-its and stuff, because the only voiced one he has is not so fast, but it's hard to, like...
Okay.
It's hard to run that shit. Yeah, I know, they're not consistent. In these games, everybody with an objection gets it voiced, but everybody who says hold it except Edgeworth doesn't. And I don't know why. And then Lang gets a unique one because, I don't know, he's the prosecutor equivalent.
He's not so fast.
Yeah. I have nothing to hide, Agent Lang. It's exactly what you see before you.
I'll take it from here. Yeah, that guy's really dead. Hey, you waiting for an invitation? Hurry up and detain the suspect now.
Suspect?
Officer Meekins, is it? You're coming with us.
What? Sir! I had nothing to do with it, sir! Agent Lang, don't you think you're being a bit rash? Do you even have a good reason to suspect Officer Meekins?
I leave that kind of stuff to you prosecutors. It's your job, after all. Like I said earlier, crime scene isn't as forgiving as your precious courtroom.
That's your answer.
I know you like your logic and reasoning, but that sort of impractical fluff is not needed out here in the field. All you have to do is arrest suspicious person after suspicious person. That's how you eliminate crime from the street.
But that's also precisely how you unnecessarily arrest innocent people by mistake.
Innocent people? Nonsense! There's no such thing as an innocent person. We've all got a blemish or two in our hearts.
That's tyranny! I won't allow such a thing to go on unchecked before my eyes.
Too bad you don't call the shots around here.
As I have sworn to uphold the laws of this land, I cannot allow you to take this man in. But you would arrest a man on false charges without even conducting an investigation. Have you no honor as a member of law enforcement? You! How dare you speak so disrespectfully to our Shifu?
Hold it! You amuse me, Mr. Prosecutor. Lang Zi says every pack has its own rules. If you can play by their rules and come out on top, that is a true victory. All right, I'll give your beloved laws a fair shake. I'll show you just how much investigating I've done through my line of logic.
Big finger. Shi Long Lang's logic.
I've seen a lot of bodies like the one being carted off in my time. I can say he was shot in a single glance, but even you figured that much out, right? With your current gun laws, it's not exactly easy to get your hands on a gun. Not
Sorry, are we in
unless
America?
you're a member.
Continue.
I wanted to say something. Not unless you're a member of law enforcement like Officer Meekins, isn't that right?
Japanifornia. Yeah, which gun laws does Japanifornia inherit is the question. The Japan ones, because it's, local. But anyway. Can anybody make out the reward number for Bad Badger there? Is that a 3? Or a 9? I have technically the biggest screen of anybody, but the problem is the pixels get, making it bigger doesn't help.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything recoverable from that.
There's definitely the top half is like a curve, and that curve could be part of a 3 or a 9, but I do not think the bottom half is, bright enough for it to... See, someone else thinks it's a fucking 2.
Okay, now that you say it, the 2, I think it might be a 2.
Damn it.
At first, I was looking at it as a 7.
Alright, so at least we're all in agreement that it isn't a 5. That is your reasoning?
Solid as a rock. It's based on the philosophy of detainment.
I will say, and I've said before that the thing this game does better than its sequel is the music, and that is solely on the fact that I can remember 5 different bits of music from this game, but I can't remember any music from the sequel, even though the sequel is the better game in every other aspect. This is the first character theme in this particular one that just fucking heightens it every time. There's one other character who shows up later who has his own character theme that I really like, but just fucking da da da. Good.
What's this philosophy of detainment?
You don't know? In that case, pay attention, girlie. In my country, the criminals have a saying, beware of the wolf.
Why the wolf?
Because in my language, lang means wolf. And you don't mess with me or my pack. As for the detainment philosophy, its father is my honorable ancestor, Lang Zi.
Wolfsy. You'd think I'd have heard of him and his teachings if he is that famous.
Lang Zi developed it as he worked to lock criminals away thousands of years ago. To this day, the Shengfa police still trains its recruits using his philosophy.
But thousands of years ago? That makes your story about as believable as a fairy tale.
Anything wears down and breaks over time. Do you really believe something as ancient as that can be applied to today's world?
You want to put it to a test?
So, I usually repeat it once through before the press everything, then stop repeating it when I go back to present stuff.
Sure.
So we'd go with this one.
I've seen a lot of bodies like the one being carted off in my time.
So what can you tell me about the body?
A lot. Even without an autopsy, I have my eyes. They teach you the basics of forensics along with the detention philosophy.
No? Then you wouldn't mind telling me a little of what you figured out, correct?
I can say he was shot in a single glance, but even you figured that much out, right?
Yes, I think anyone who saw the bullet wounds would come to the same conclusion.
Don't pat yourself on the back yet.
What's that supposed to mean?
Lang Zi says, search where the water is deepest. You have to keep your eyes on the big fish, and that lurks in the depths, which is the killer.
Is that right? What would you know about the killer?
With your current gun laws, it's not exactly easy to get your hands on a gun.
Suspension of disbelief, people. It would appear you studied a little of our laws.
Study it? Who needs to study what every child on any street corner already knows? It's that... Sheena?
The Federal Firearms Restriction Act.
That's right. The Federal Firearms Restriction Act. I hear it's not easy to get a gun these days.
I see, that's why you get her to pronounce it for you. Interesting. That woman is the one in charge of keeping track of the information.
Not unless you're a member of law enforcement, like Officer Meekins. Isn't that right?
If that's the case, there are plenty of other officers who might be potential suspects. You're not seriously going to arrest each and every one of them, are you?
As if I would need to. I already looked into everyone else here.
Oh?
Other than Officer Meekins, I know no one else's weapon has been fired.
How did you check every single person's weapon in such a short span of time?
That's because each and every one of my subordinates is extremely capable. It didn't take more than a few minutes to conduct the entire investigation.
The power of sheer numbers. But you have yet to check Officer Meekins' weapon, correct?
Thanks for reminding me. Hey, you! Show me your gun!
Oh! What's wrong? Why does he look so sickly pale all of a sudden? Have you ever heard the tale of an officer named Harry Dubois? Well, I've still got my badge.
That's the power of superliminal messaging.
So I'm slightly better off than he is.
What did you say? I can't hear you. Stop mumbling and spit it out already.
Sir. Sir. I lost my gun, sir! How could you be so irresponsible?
In the end, it looks like you're still the only suspect we got. You're the one who waited here outside this garage to ambush and kill the victim.
So you think that Officer Meekins waited here to kill the victim, do you, Lang? I think this little accusation deserves a lot more scrutiny. And we have a new statement.
Officer Meekins ambushed the victim in this garage and killed him here with his gun.
I'm glad you got that correctly, because I reckon if I was voicing that, it wasn't until you spoke the words that I read it properly. I thought what he said was, and killed him with this here gun. Which changes the context.
Hold it!
You mean to tell me that the murder occurred here in this garage?
From the fact that the suspect was found almost where the next body was found, I'd say that it's pretty obvious that this is the crime scene. Lang Zi says, criminal always returns to the scene of the crime.
Hey, finally, a quote even I've heard of before.
Furthermore, Lang Zi says, successful investigations are the result of multiple returns to a crime scene. I have no idea, like, I see the animation afterwards and I realize maybe I should have paused for like 2 seconds.
Well, it just makes it sound like he's smarter than the game gives him credit for, because he knows the quote without having to get the scroll out. Looks like neither detectives nor criminals have changed their ways over the millenniums. Because, yeah, half the time when he quotes him, he doesn't do that animation, so you can't just, like, pretend it's there. It's up to you. Take pauses when you want to take a bet, but... So this is the kind of conclusion the philosophy of detainment can lead you to.
I don't get it, Mr. Edgeworth. Why are you putting yourself on the line for Mr. Meekins?
It's not that I particularly care about what happens to Officer Meekins.
What?
However, I can't simply stand by while Agent Lang ignores our country's laws. Sheila Lang, just what sort of investigator are you? Alright. So what do we have? The statement that we pulled out of him was, Officer Meekin ambushed the victim in this garage and killed him here with his gun. So what do we have that doesn't work with that? I think the fact that the place we found the body does not appear to be the place where the murder took place, because it's too clean. So it's probably this at this.
Objection!
Yep, music cuts, that means we did the right thing. Unfortunately for you, Agent Lang, that is simply not possible.
What do you mean?
You've seen the crime scene for yourself. And while you were looking, did you not think to yourself that it was a little too clean? So you did notice that there was too little blood. Do you still wish to claim that Officer Meekins committed the murder here? Because this isn't the crime scene. And if it was your men who led you to think it was... well, then I suggest you leave the case to the local police to set the record straight.
Not bad. I see your logic can be just as sound as mine. In that case, let me ask you this. Don't you think it's weird that Officer was hanging out around here in the first place?
Weird, how so?
Hey, you! Your squad's not even supposed to be in this area, right? What were you doing neglecting your duties and loafing around here? Don't you dare give me some lame excuse like, I found myself taking a walk.
But sir, I really did take a walk, sir!
You're a disgrace. How dare you take your pack obligations so lightly?
Officer Meekins is looking extra meek. Is he hiding something? Mr. Edgeworth, please, sir! Save me the way you did earlier, please, sir! Officer Meekins, please give us a detailed account of what happened. Sir, not you too! Meekins' testimony. Oh, this'll be good. It's true, sir. I wasn't assigned to this area, sir. I was told to check every square inch of the main gate area, sir. I also went looking for the kidnappers while selling dreams in the Blue Badger mobile, sir. But I got completely caught up in my role selling dreams to the children, sir. Before I knew it, I found myself here in this area, sir. What is this Blue Badger mobile? It's a moving store on wheels that sells sweet dreams and merchandise, sir.
So the Blue Badger mobile is just a roaming souvenir shop?
Guess so.
Sir, I swear I was chasing the kidnappers down while I was being a good dream merchant.
He seems rather worked up, even more than his usual hyperactive self.
He sure seems sure of what he's saying.
Can you try to calm down and lower your voice to a more reasonable level, officer?
Sir! Roger, sir! It's true, sir. I wasn't assigned to this area, sir.
Hold it!
All right then, where were you assigned to?
I was assigned to the main gate, sir.
You must mean the area with the bridge and the outrageous fountain.
Okay, then why are you here in the Wild Wild West area? That's because... It's because of a very deep reason, ma'am. I was told to check every square inch of the main gate area, sir.
Hold it!
Describe for me how you conducted your investigation.
Yes, sir. Well, first I made sure there were no suspicious-looking people in the area, sir. But the only people that seemed to gather around me were little girls, sir. Well, what did you expect when you dressed like the Blue Badger? I thought I had no choice at that point, sir, so... I also went looking for the kidnappers while selling dreams in the Blue Badger mobile, sir.
What exactly do you mean by selling dreams?
Sir, the Blue Badger mobile is where dreams are collected. What? Sweetness like you've never known except in dreams, ma'am, like innocence drops. And bitterness found only in nightmares, ma'am, like guilty drawbreakers. Selling those as I push the Blue Badger mobile along is my sworn duty, ma'am. But I got completely caught up in my role, selling dreams to the children, sir.
Hold it!
You completely forgot how to look for the kidnappers. Or forgot to look for the kidnappers.
No, sir, of course not, sir. I would never do something like that, sir. Okay, maybe a little, sir. You're absolutely right. Wow, you're good at this forcing people to confess thing, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, it's my job.
To be frank, I'm just a little man, sir. I'm better at selling kids a few small dreams than looking for a big crook, sir.
Hold it!
Enough wallowing in your own self-pity. Let's return to your testimony.
Yes, sir. Before I knew it, I found myself here in this area, sir.
Hold it!
How did you wind up all the way over here?
I was in the middle of a sea of kids, sir. But one of the kids decided to challenge me to a fight, sir. I think his name was Goku. I had to run away from the child's painful drop kicks, and before I knew it... The good old drop kick. I dished out my fair share of those when I was a kid. It was always the best when you felt one really connect with your opponent.
In any case, you wound up here for a reason completely unrelated to the investigation.
Sir! That's right, sir.
That's not something you should be admitting to with your head held high, officer. Sounds like he simply forgot about his real job and became the Blue Badger. However, there is one flaw in Officer Meekins' story. But I have the feeling that he'll need some prodding before he'll spill the beans.
It's true, sir. I wasn't assigned to this area, sir.
Okay, so we've been through the list. The new piece of evidence is the Blue Badger mobile. It's a mobile shop on 3 wheels parked inside the Wild Wild West area garage. I do remember seeing that. And indeed, next to the dead man, who is conveniently parked with the Pink Badger's space. I wasn't assigned to this area, that's fine. I was told to check every square inch of the main gate area, that's fine too. I also went looking for the kidnappers while selling dreams in the Blue Badger mobile. But I got completely caught up in my role selling dreams to children. Before I knew it, I found myself here. Right, it says prod him, but we've already done that. Presumably pressing again won't cause anything, will it?
Hold it.
The game can very occasionally be weird and have like something where you have to press something later and then press something earlier.
Hold it.
If you were using the mobile, how did you miss the body? Is that the point they're trying to have us make? Before I knew it, I found myself here. But the Blue Badger mobile is in the garage. It could be the fact that it's in the garage. How did it get to the garage? So we could present this here to see if that questions that. Or the thing is, it might be fickle. It might be on a different statement.
Objection.
Seems like it's this one. Officer Meekins, I would appreciate it if you didn't tell such transparent lies. Sir? I'm lying, sir? Yes, you are. If you were really out there selling dreams with the Blue Badger mobile until recently, then what is it doing here inside the garage? Oh! Actually, I had just lost track, sir. Lost track of what? By the time I realized it, the Blue Badger mobile was nowhere to be found, sir. Which would mean it was perhaps stolen? And that's when I came back to this area thinking maybe it was in the garage, sir. But that's when you found me, Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
A likely story. Who do you think is going to buy such a convenient tale as that?
And what exactly is so convenient about his story?
A car getting stolen, it's completely unbelievable, even for a cover story. But I think we can assume the car was used all right. To move the dead body.
What?
You killed the victim at some distant location, Officer Meekins, and then you used the Blue Badger mobile to transport it all the way here. Now then, you're coming with me.
Take him away, toys. But it wasn't me! Sir! The killer, sir! It wasn't me, sir! Agent Lang, wait!
What do you want now?
We still don't know where the real scene of the crime is. You can't say we know all the facts of this case, let alone the truth.
I told you, truth, smooth. I couldn't care less.
What?
Our job is to catch the crook. You'll find out your precious truth after we arrest this guy and take him in. That's the job of you prosecutors in your fancy courts with your logic. As for us, we don't have that kind of time to waste.
You boorish buffoon!
I think you need to leave.
What?
We need to get the body to autopsy, and you guys are getting in the way.
You would interfere with another one of my investigations.
Hey now! Let's not forget who holds the actual authority to conduct investigations here. I'm afraid the one doing the interrupting is you, my ignorant little pretty boy. Now be a good fancy boy and get out of my sight. If you don't, I'll arrest you for obstruction of justice.
To be continued. Okay, well, I'm not going to do a chunk in 40 minutes, and we've already gotten an extra hour and a half out of our usual Saturdays, which, again, I was free to do this time because of the change in my plan. Let me just save that. Go on. Well, don't fail. There you go. Okay. Save the state here, though it should be able to just continue when I load up now. And that'll do us. Thanks for langing around, Snip. I appreciate that. And for the rest of you, I'll be back tomorrow with Final Fantasy XIV. We have a new patch. We have last bit of story before Dawn Trail. Last couple weeks of me playing it regularly until I put a stop in it for a couple months. And last level and a half of Reaper. We'll get as much of that done this week as I can, and then the rest of it next week, I think. Fare thee well.